Hello everyone and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes there will only be a few ads, and after that the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience, even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings. That's why I'd like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you like, let me know in the comments where in the world you ray listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they ray essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The silence in my house was a physical presence, a thick, warm velvet pushed into my ears. It was the kind of silence that comes after great noise, a vacuum left behind that feels heavier than any sound. It was the silence of a stage after the actors have taken their final bow and the audience has fled, a hollowed-out quiet that still echoes with the ghosts of all that was said and all that was done. I sat in my living room, a glass of something amber and useless in my hand, and I listened to it. I listened so hard I could hear the blood humming in my own veins, a tiny, frantic life raft in that dead sea. This was the silence of our town, Avalon Cove, in the long, strange aftermath. It was a distorted silence, the kind that makes you lean forward, straining to catch the whisper you know is hiding just beneath, the secret it is trying to swallow whole. It began, as so many things do here, with the children. They were the tiny, pristine engines of our world, their schedules and achievements and social alliances, the complex, unspoken currency that governed our lives. We were a collection of mothers, a tribe bound not by blood, but by the shared geography of the school parking lot and the endless, sun-drenched afternoons at the Shoreline Club. I was Krista, the one who could make the other mothers laugh with a single, dry remark, the one who organized the class parties and remembered which child was allergic to tree nuts. I was the friendly face, the reliable one, and I was married to a man named David, a man whose smile had grown thin and translucent over the years, like old varnish. We moved through our beautiful home with a careful politeness, two satellites in a decaying orbit, held together by the gravity of our sun. Then Lynette arrived. She was new, a young single mother with a son in Leo's class. She had a way of holding herself that suggested she was used to being looked at, and a past that clung to her like a faint, expensive perfume. She didn't try to ingratiate herself with the other mothers. She simply was a quiet, watchful presence on the periphery. The other women, a chorus of perfectly highlighted and meticulously exercised figures, dissected her with the casual cruelty of surgeons. They speculated about her, about the father of her boy, about the source of the money that allowed her to rent the little cottage on Sea Spray Lane. I felt a pull towards her, a recognition of another creature who understood the art of camouflage. And then there was Cassidy. Cassidy was Avalon Cove perfection. Her blonde hair was a smooth sheet of silk, her clothes were effortless and expensive, her smile was a calm, practiced curve. She was married to Donald, a man whose charm was as broad and solid as his shoulders. He was a patron of the arts, a donor to the school, a man who clapped other men on the back and called them buddy. But I saw the way Cassidy's hand would sometimes flutter to her throat when he entered a room. I noticed the careful, artful way she applied her makeup, layers of it, to conceal what I eventually learned to see the faint, yellowing shadow of a bruise along her jawline, the slight puffiness around her eye that no amount of concealer could truly hide. She was a beautiful bird in a gilded cage, and we all pretended not to hear the rattling of the bars. The tension started small, a low-grade fever humming beneath the town's tan skin. It was in the competitive chatter about reading levels and swim team placements. It was in the way Donald's voice would take on a particular, needling tone when he spoke to Cassidy at a backyard barbecue, his smile never wavering while his words were little shards of ice. Another glass, darling, you ray lagging behind. She would just nod, her eyes fixed on some distant point on the horizon. Lynette saw it too. Our friendship was a quiet conspiracy, built on shared glances in the school hallway and late afternoon cups of tea on my porch while the boys played in the yard. She didn't offer much about her past, only that she had needed to get away, to find a safe place for her son. She had a stillness about her that I envied, a core of steel beneath the softness. "He hits her," she said to me one evening, her voice low and matter-of-fact. The words hung in the salt-tinged air between us. "We didn't need to say his name." I tried to talk to Cassidy once. It was at the school's fall festival, surrounded by the shrieks of children and the smell of candy apples and popcorn. I found her alone for a moment, watching the crowd from the shadow of the old oak tree. "Cassidy," I began, my voice gentle. "If you ever need to talk or anything," she turned her perfect, placid face to me, and her eyes were not those of a victim, but of a prisoner who has memorized the dimensions of her cell and accepted them. "Everything is just perfect, Krista, thank you." And she walked away, back into the glittering fray, back to where Donald was laughing, his arm a heavy, possessive bar across her shoulders. The calm never lasted. It was a fragile eggshell, and the cracks were spreading. A rumor started, a whisper that Lynette had been seen arguing violently with a man in a parked car down by the marina, a man who wasn't from here. The gossip was a virus, passed from one mother to another in the checkout line at the organic market, in the locker room of the yoga studio. The community, so polished on the surface, began to turn on her. She was an outsider, a disruption. She was trouble. The climax was the school's spring gala, the social event of the year. The auditorium was transformed, a constellation of fairy lights and white linen. We were all there, dressed in our finest, our masks firmly in place. David was by my side, his hand on the small of my back, a gesture that felt both proprietary and hollow. Donald and Cassidy moved through the crowd like royalty, he beaming, she shimmering beside him, a beautiful accessory. Lynette was there too, standing alone near the back, a dark, watchful silhouette. I remember the smell of champagne and perfume, the warm press of bodies, the dull roar of 100 conversations. I remember the sound of the auctioneer's voice, amplified and jovial, and then I remember the shift. It was a subtle thing, a current of cold air in the warm room. I saw Cassidy break away from Donald, her movements quick and bird-like. She headed towards the backstage area, a place off-limits to parents. Donald's smile tightened. A moment later, he excused himself and followed her. A tightness seized my chest. I looked for Lynette, but she was gone from her post. The music swelled, the chatter continued, but for me, the world had narrowed to that dark mouth of the backstage hallway. I murmured an excuse to David and slipped through the crowd. The hallway was long and poorly lit, a concrete corridor that smelled of dust and old paint. The sounds of the gala were muffled here, replaced by the hum of a generator. Then I heard them, not words at first, but sounds. A low, furious growl from Donald, a soft, pleading whimper from Cassidy. I crept closer, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The door to a storage room was slightly ajar. Through the crack, I saw a sliver of the nightmare. Donald had Cassidy pinned against a stack of folded chairs, his hand clamped over her mouth, his face a mask of such pure, unadulterated hatred it stole my breath. "You embarrass me," he was hissing, his voice a venomous whisper. "You look at other men, you think I don't see." I should have screamed, I should have thrown the door open, but I was frozen, a spectator to a private horror. And then another figure moved into my line of sight, Lynette. She was just there, suddenly standing behind Donald. She didn't shout, she didn't look afraid. She held something in her hand, a heavy-looking stage weight, a solid iron disc used to anchor lighting stands. What happened next was a blur of terrible, silent efficiency. As Donald drew back his fist to strike Cassidy, Lynette brought the weight down on the back of his head. It wasn't a wild swing. It was precise, almost clinical. There was a sickening, wet thud, a sound like a melon splitting on concrete. Donald's eyes went wide with surprise, then empty. He crumpled to the floor without another sound. The silence that followed was the one I now live with. It was immediate and absolute. Cassidy slid down the wall, her hands pressed to her mouth, her body shaking with silent sobs. Lynette stood over Donald's body, the weight still in her hand, her breath coming in soft, even puffs. She looked at me, our eyes meeting through the crack in the door. There was no panic in her gaze. There was only a grim, terrifying resolve. She bent down, wiped the weight clean with the hem of her dress, and placed it carefully on the floor. She went to Cassidy, pulled her to her feet. "Listen to me," she whispered, her voice impossibly calm. "You never came back here. You were with Krista the whole time. We all were. We were looking for Leo's missing jacket. Do you understand?" Cassidy, her mind shattered, just nodded. Lynette guided her out a back exit, then returned for me. She took my hand. Her skin was cool and dry. "Come on, Krista," she said. "We were looking for a jacket," and just like that, I was complicit. We walked back into the glittering light of the gala, three women returning from a mundane errand, just as the first scream echoed from the backstage hallway. The investigation was a long, slow unraveling. The police came, of course. Detectives with tired eyes and notebooks. They interviewed everyone. They found the stage weight wiped clean. They heard the rumors about Donald's temper, the whispers about Cassidy's bruises. They learned about Lynette's mysterious past, about the man she was seen arguing with an old boyfriend, it turned out, who had tracked her down, a man with a violent streak, a perfect suspect now vanished. My testimony in Cassidy's and Lynette's were all the same. We were together. We saw nothing. The community, so eager for scandal, closed ranks around Cassidy. She was the tragic widow. Lynette was the brave new friend, and I was the steadfast pillar. The official story became one of a tragic accident. Donald, perhaps in a drunken rage, had stumbled, hit his head on the sharp corner of a lighting rig. A terrible, unfortunate accident. The case was closed. The world moved on. The silence returned, but it was different now. It was a knowing silence. It was the silence of our shared secret. Weeks later, I was sitting with Lynette on my porch again. The police had just made their final statement. The air was cool, the sea a sheet of gray glass. We didn't speak for a long time. "He would have killed her eventually," Lynette said, her voice quiet. "It wasn't a question." "I know," I said. "The man from my past," she continued, looking out at the ocean. "He was like Donald. I knew how they think. I knew what had to be done. It wasn't my first time." The words should have horrified me, but they didn't. They just settled into the silence, another piece of the truth. I am the investigator of my own life, sitting in this quiet house, sifting through the evidence. I investigate the memory of that night, the look in Lynette's eyes, the weight of my own inaction. I wanted to be the hero, the one who protected the vulnerable, but when the moment came, I froze. I was a witness. I was an accomplice. I'm a woman who lives in a beautiful town with a beautiful secret, a secret that stains the very sunlight. The greatest mystery was never who killed Donald. It was the landscape of the human heart, the shadows we choose to inhabit, the compromises we make in the name of survival. I look out my window at the pristine streets of Avalon Cove, at the mothers pushing their strollers, at the children laughing in the park. I see the elegant facades, the polished lives, and I see the dangerous shadows we all cast. I recognize my own role in the events, my own silent, willing participation in the crime. I am not shocked by this truth. I simply acknowledge it, a quiet verdict delivered in the courtroom of my own conscience. The silence is no longer distorted. It is perfectly, terribly clear. The amber liquid in my glass had lost all taste, becoming just a bitter warmth in my throat. I set it down on the table, the click of crystal on wood unnaturally loud in the hush. My investigation was over. The case was closed, the verdict in. I was guilty of complicity, of silence, of a terrible, necessary peace. A key turned in the front door. I didn't move. I heard David's footsteps in the foyer, the familiar sigh as he hung his coat. He appeared in the doorway to the living room, his face looking worn and ordinary in the afternoon light. We looked at each other across the expanse of the Persian rug, a no-man's land of our shared life. "Leo's at Matt's for the night," he said, his voice carefully neutral. "They ray working on a science project." I nodded. "That's good." He lingered, his hands in his pockets. "I saw Cassidy today, at the market. She looked better." "Did she?" It was the kind of exchange we deperfected, a dance around the crater that had opened up between us. He knew I was holding something back, a part of the story that had been omitted from the official record. He had sensed the shift in me, the new, unbreachable stillness. He was a man who dealt in facts and figures in the visible world, and I had become a creature of shadows and secrets. "Krista," he began, then stopped. He took a step into the room. This silence, it's eating us alive. I looked at him, truly looked at him. I saw the man I had married, the faint lines of disappointment around his eyes, the way he held his shoulders, perpetually braced for a blow that had already landed. He wanted to fix it, to name the problem so he could solve it, but some things cannot be fixed, they can only be carried. "It's not a silence, David," I said, my voice low but clear. "It's a settlement." He flinched, understanding the finality in that word. A settlement is an agreement to end a dispute, often with concessions on both sides. Our concession was the truth. Our agreement was the lie we lived in. He nodded slowly, a gesture of defeat. He turned and walked out of the room, and I listened to his footsteps retreat up the stairs. The house was silent again, but this silence was different. It was acknowledged. It was the foundation our new life was built upon. The next morning I met Lynette at the playground. The boys, Leo and her son, were a whirl of happy noise on the climbing frame, their shouts piercing the cool air. We sat on a bench, two mothers watching their children, a picture of normalcy. She handed me a coffee. "You look tired," she said. "I was thinking." "That's always dangerous," she replied, a ghost of a smile on her lips. I watched the boys. Leo was helping her son navigate a tricky part of the monkey bars. They were friends, their bond uncomplicated by the darkness that connected their mothers. "Does it ever bother you?" I asked, the question leaving my lips before I could stop it. What we did. Lynette took a slow sip of her coffee, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the sea met the sky. "It bothers me that it was necessary," she said finally. "It doesn't bother me that I was the one who made it so." There was no pride in her voice, no remorse, only a stark, factual certainty. She had crossed a line I had only glimpsed from a safe distance, and she had done it without hesitation. In saving Cassidy, she had saved a part of me too, the part that still believed in justice, even if it had to be delivered from the shadows. "He would have killed her," I said, echoing her words from weeks before, needing to hear them again. "Yes," she said. She turned to look at me, her eyes calm and deep. "And you would have had to live with knowing you could have stopped it. This way, you only have to live with me." It was the truest thing anyone had ever said to me. My guilt was not for Donald, it was for my own paralysis. Lynette had been my proxy, my violent, saving grace. My debt to her was infinite, and it bound us together more surely than any friendship ever could. We sat for a while longer, not speaking, listening to the children play. The sun warmed our faces, a normal day in Avalon Cove. I watched a young mother I didn't know push a swing, her face tight with a private worry. I saw the postman make his rounds, whistling a tune. I saw the glittering, deceptive surface of our world. I finished my coffee and stood up. I should get going, groceries. Lynette nodded. "See you tomorrow." As I walked away, calling for Leo, I felt the weight of it all, the secret, the silence, the settlement. It was a part of me now, a layer of bone-deep knowledge beneath my skin. I was no longer just Krista, the funny, reliable mom. I was a keeper of the quiet truth. I looked back at the playground, at Lynette sitting alone on the bench, a still, watchful figure in the bright, ordinary day. She was the dangerous shadow, and I was the woman who walked beside her, grateful for the darkness she carried so that I could still stand in the light. The groceries were a study in normalcy. I pushed my cart through the brightly lit aisles, choosing apples, selecting a loaf of bread. I ran into Mrs. Davison from 2 streets over, and we chatted about the rising price of heirloom tomatoes. My voice was light, my smile easy. It was a performance, but one I had mastered. The script was written, the lines delivered without a flicker of hesitation. I was the picture of a woman untouched by tragedy, a woman whose life was as ordered and clean as the produce section. At home, putting the groceries away, I found myself standing at the sink, staring out at the backyard. The silence in the house was a physical presence. It was the space where the truth lived. David was at work, Leah was at school. I was alone with the settlement. My phone buzzed on the counter, a text from Cassidy. A simple, mundane question about a playdate for the following week. Her texts had become more frequent lately, little lifelines thrown into the quiet sea between us. She never spoke of Donald. She never spoke of that night. She talked about her garden, a new book she was reading, a recipe she wanted to try. It was her way of rebuilding, of constructing a new life from the rubble of the old, and she was building it with me and Lynette as her foundation. We were her alibi in more ways than one. I texted back a confirmation, adding a smiling emoji. The gesture felt both hollow and essential. This was our new language, a lexicon of normalcy built atop a chasm. That evening, David came home with a bouquet of flowers, tulips wrapped in crinkly paper. He presented them to me with a hesitant smile, a peace offering. I took them, buried my face in their scentless petals, and thanked him. We both knew the flowers were not a solution. They were a flag planted on the surface of our settlement, a small, bright declaration that we would continue to inhabit this life we had made. Later, after Leo was in bed, I found David in his study, staring at his computer screen, the blue light washing over his face. He looked up as I stood in the doorway. "I was thinking," he said, "maybe we should take a trip, just the three of us, go to the mountains for a weekend, get away." It was his version of fixing, of applying a change of scenery to a sickness of the soul. I felt a surge of affection for him, for his simple, earnest desire to make things right in the only way he knew how. "That sounds nice," I said, and it did. The mountains were far from the sea, from the salt-tinged air that carried the memory of that night. Perhaps in the clean, pine-scented silence, our own silence would feel less like a burden. But as I turned to leave, I knew the truth. There was no getting away. The silence would travel with us. It was in the way I now held my son a little tighter, in the way I watched other couples at the school gate, searching for the subtle signs I had learned to see. It was in the quiet understanding that passed between me and Lynette, a current that hummed beneath our casual conversations. The world was no longer a simple place. It was a layered thing, full of beautiful surfaces and dangerous depths. I had chosen my depth, I had chosen my silence, and in the quiet of my house, with the taste of tulip stems on my hands from arranging them in a vase, I understood that this was not a punishment. It was the price of a life continued. It was the cost of peace. The weekend in the mountains was a study in contrasts. The air was sharp and clean. The silence there was different, natural and empty, not the heavy, manufactured quiet of our home. Leo ran through the fallen leaves, his laughter echoing in the vastness, a sound so pure it felt like an accusation. David tried, he really did. He built a fire in the cabin-esque fireplace and pointed out constellations to Leo. He held my hand on a hike, his grip firm and warm, but his eyes would sometimes find mine across the room, and in them I saw the unasked question, the ghost of the man I used to be. I had become a locked room inside the woman he knew, and he was forever on the outside, knocking softly. We returned to Avalon Cove on Sunday evening. The sea was a restless, churning gray, and the house felt smaller, the walls closer. The tulips on the kitchen table had wilted, their petals fallen like forgotten promises. On Monday, the three of us were at the playground again. It was becoming a ritual, our unspoken counsel. Cassidy was pushing her daughter on a swing, her movements rhythmic and calm. Lynette watched her son scale the slide, her expression unreadable. I sat between them, the knot of our secret pulled tight. "I am thinking of selling the house," Cassidy said, her voice almost carried away by the wind. She didn't look at us. It's too big, too many memories. "Where would you go?" Lynette asked, her tone practical. Cassidy finally glanced at her, a flicker of the old fear in her eyes. Not far, just a change, a place without his shadow in every corner. I understood she wasn't just moving houses. She was trying to outrun the ghost of her own victimhood, to build a life where she wasn't defined by the man who had almost destroyed her. I reached over and squeezed her hand. It was cold. "We'll help you look," I said. Lynette gave a short, sharp nod. "A fresh start." But there are no fresh starts, only careful continuations. Later, as we were gathering our children's scattered sweatshirts and water bottles, Lynette fell into step beside me. "She is stronger than she looks," she murmured, her eyes on Cassidy, who was now laughing at something Leo had said. "We all are," I replied. She looked at me then, a long, assessing look, Ure settling into it. It wasn't a question, she was right. The initial shock had worn off, leaving behind a permanent, low-grade hum of awareness. It was the new baseline of my existence. I was no longer fighting the silence. I was learning its topography, its strange and shifting weather. I was learning to live with the woman I had become, the one who had watched and consented, who had traded a portion of her soul for the safety of another and the peace of a community. The investigation was truly over. Now came the long, quiet business of serving the sentence. The real estate sign went up in Cassidy's front yard the following week. It was a small, white stake driven into the perfect green lawn, a declaration of intent that the whole neighborhood could see. People understood, or thought they did. They brought her casseroles and offered to help pack, their kindness a balm she accepted with a quiet grace that only deepened their sympathy. I helped her sort through linens and kitchenware, our hands moving in tandem, boxing up a life. We never opened the door to the master bedroom. That room, she said, was for the professional cleaners. Some shadows are best left to strangers. David and I found a new rhythm, a careful dance set to the music of domestic routine. We talked about Leo's school project, about the leaky faucet, about whether to repaint the guest room. Our conversations were a surface skimming over a deep, still lake. Sometimes in the middle of the night I would wake and find him awake too, staring at the ceiling. We wouldn't speak. We would just lie there in the dark, two people bound by a love that was now complicated by a truth it could not hold. The settlement held. It was Lynette who remained the constant, the anchor to the reality of what we had done. Our friendship was no longer a casual thing. It was a pact written in something more binding than blood. We didn't speak of it often, but it was there in the way she would sometimes look at me across a room, a brief, solid glance that acknowledged the foundation of our bond. She was the only one who did not treat me with kid gloves, the only one who looked at the woman I was now and did not flinch. One afternoon, while the boys played in the other room, she sat at my kitchen table, peeling an apple with a small, sharp knife. The peel came away in a single, continuous curl. "You know," she said, not looking up from her task, "for a long time after I left my old life, I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. I kept waiting to feel safe. I never really did until now." I understood safety wasn't the absence of threat. It was the presence of capability. It was knowing that you would not be paralyzed when the moment came. She had given that to herself, and in a twisted, terrible way, she had given a piece of it to me. The phone call came on a rainy Tuesday. It was a detective, not from our local precinct, but from a city 2 states away. They had picked up Lynette's old boyfriend on an unrelated assault charge. During questioning, her name had come up. They were following up, just dotting the IS and crossing the TS on the Donnell case. He was asking if I could confirm once again that Lynette was with me and Cassidy the entire time that night. My heart was a cold, hard stone in my chest. I looked out the window at the rain streaking the glass, blurring the world outside. I saw my own reflection, pale and serious. I heard my voice, calm and steady, repeating the lines we had crafted in that frantic, breathless moment backstage. "Yes, of course," I said. The whole time, we were looking for my son's jacket. I hung up the phone and my hand was trembling. I pressed it flat against the cool granite of the countertop. The silence in the house was suddenly alive, charged with the echo of my own lie. It had been so easy. The words had come out smooth and practiced, a key turning in a lock. I waited for the guilt, for the panic, but a strange feeling settled in its place. It was a grim and terrifying resolve. It was the same feeling I had seen in Lynette's eyes through the crack in the door. I was no longer just a keeper of the secret, I was its guardian. And I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my core that I would do it again. The rain fell harder, a steady drumming against the roof. I stood there for a long time, listening to it, feeling the tremor in my hand slowly subside. The lie was no longer a sharp, painful thing I had to force out. It was a part of my vocabulary, a defensive reflex. I had passed a test I hadn't known I was taking. I called Lynette. She answered on the first ring as if she had been waiting. "They called you," she said. It wasn't a question. "Well, yes. And?" I told them we were looking for a jacket. There was a pause on the other end of the line, filled only by the sound of her steady breathing. "Good," she said finally. The word was simple, final. It was an acknowledgement that we were still in this, that the walls were still holding. We didn't say anything else. We didn't need to. That night I dreamed of the sea. Not the calm, glittering surface of Avalon Cove, but a dark, churning ocean under a starless sky. I was standing on a rocky shore, and Lynette was there too, further down the beach, a dark silhouette against the greater darkness. We weren't speaking, just watching the waves. I knew, in the way you know things in dreams, that something was out there in the deep, something we had put there. And I knew we would both stand our watch, forever if we had to make sure it never came back to shore. I woke with the taste of salt on my lips. David was still asleep beside me, his face soft and untroubled in the dim light. I looked at him and felt a love that was fierce and sad. He was living in the house we built, while I was guarding the foundation he never saw. The next morning I drove Leo to school. The rain had stopped, leaving the world washed clean and bright. As I waited in the drop-off line, I saw Cassidy standing on the sidewalk, talking to another mother. She was holding a stack of flyers for her moving sale. She saw me and waved, a genuine, easy smile on her face. The shadows under her eyes were almost gone. She was healing. She was moving on. And I understood then the full weight of my settlement. It wasn't a burden I carried for myself. It was the price I had paid for that smile on her face, for the safety in which my son played, for the ordinary morning in a world that was anything but ordinary. I had bought this peace with a piece of my soul, and as I watched Leo run towards the school doors, his backpack bouncing, I knew it was a bargain I would make every single time. The car behind me honked gently, and I pulled away from the curb, driving forward into the gleaming, deceptive day. The new house Cassidy chose was a cottage-style bungalow 3 streets from the beach, painted a cheerful sky blue with white trim. It had a small, fenced yard and a porch swing. It was the exact opposite of the cold, modern structure Donald had built. We helped her move in, Lynette directing the movers with quiet efficiency, me unpacking kitchen boxes and making up beds. It felt like a baptism, this act of building a new home from the ground up. We were washing away the old, not with water, but with work and purpose. A few days after she was settled, Cassidy invited us over for a glass of wine. We sat on her new porch as the evening settled around us, the scent of jasmine from a neighbor-esque garden drifting on the warm air. She raised her glass. "To new beginnings," she said, her voice clear and strong. Lynette clinked her glass against Cassidy's, "to being the authors of our own stories." I met her toast, the crystal ringing with a pure, high note. "To friends," I said, and the word felt truer than it ever had before. Later, as Lynette and I walked back towards our own houses, the streetlights flickered on, casting long, dancing shadows. We walked in a comfortable silence that was no longer just about the secret, but about the life we had built around it. We were more than accomplices. We were a family, forged in something darker and stronger than blood. When I got home, David was reading to Leo in the living room. I stood in the doorway for a moment, watching them. Leo's head was nestled against his father's shoulder, his eyes heavy with sleep. David's voice was a soft, steady rumble. He looked up and saw me, and his reading faltered for just a second. In that brief pause, I saw not the confusion or the distance that had been there for months, but a simple, weary acceptance. He had stopped trying to open the locked room. He had decided to love the house that remained. I went to them and sat on the arm of the chair, my hand resting on David's shoulder. I felt the solid warmth of him through his shirt. I leaned down and kissed the top of Leo's head, breathing in his little boy smell of shampoo and grass. This was my life, not the one I had before, but the one I had now. It was built on a foundation of quiet truth and fierce protection. It was a life with shadows, yes, but the shadows were what gave the light its meaning. I would live in this settlement with this man, with this son, with these friends. I would live it without looking back. The following Saturday, the three of us went to the beach. It was the first time we had all been back together on the sand since that night. The sun was high, the water a brilliant, untroubled blue. Leo and the other children shrieked with laughter as the waves chased their ankles. Cassidy spread out a blanket and lay back, her face turned to the sun, a quiet smile on her lips. Lynette stood at the water's edge, her posture straight and watchful, as if scanning the horizon not for threats, but for the shape of her own hard-won future. I sat on the sand beside Cassidy, letting the fine grains trickle through my fingers. The sound of the surf was a constant, rhythmic hush, a sound that had once held a different kind of silence. Now it was just the ocean. I watched David help Leo build an elaborate sandcastle, his hands carefully shaping turrets and a moat. He looked over at me and smiled, a real, unguarded smile that reached his eyes. It was a small thing, but it felt like a shift in the atmosphere, a slight change in pressure. Later, as we packed up the towels and buckets, Lynette came and stood beside me. We watched a container ship move slowly across the horizon, a tiny, silent progression. "It gets easier," she said, her voice low. "Not better, not different, just easier to carry." I nodded, my eyes still on the ship. She was right. The weight was no lighter, but my shoulders had grown stronger. The secret was no longer a sharp rock in my shoe, a constant, painful reminder with every step. It had been absorbed. It was part of my skeleton now, the internal architecture that held me upright. That night after Leo was asleep, I went into the backyard. The air was cool and carried the distant, lonely sound of a foghorn. I stood in the same spot where I had stood that first morning after, staring out into the dark, feeling the world tilt on a new, uncertain axis. Now the darkness was just darkness. The world had righted itself, not back to what it was, but onto a new, stable course. I heard the sliding door open and close behind me. David came to stand beside me, his hands in his pockets. He didn't speak for a long time. We just stood together in the quiet, listening to the night. "I love you," he said finally. The words were simple, but they landed differently now. They weren't a question or a plea. They were a statement of fact, an acknowledgement of the complicated, layered person I had become. "I love you too," I said, and for the first time in a long time I felt the words were entirely true, spoken by the whole of me, the woman I was before and the woman I was now, finally integrated, finally at peace with the settlement we called our life. He reached out and took my hand, his fingers lacing through mine. The contact was electric, a current of pure, uncomplicated feeling after so long. We stood like that until the fog began to roll in from the sea, soft and silent, blurring the edges of the garden and the world beyond. It felt like a blessing, a gentle erasure. We went inside and I closed the door, not on a secret, but on a day that had finally, truly ended. The next morning I found a single, perfect tulip on the kitchen counter, its red petals vibrant against the pale stone. David was making coffee, his back to me. He didn't say anything about it, and I didn't ask. It was just there, a small, bright testament to our new normal. I filled a vase with water and placed the flower in the center of the table. It would wilt in a few days, its petals falling, and I would clean them up without a second thought. That was the nature of things. Beauty was fleeting, but the act of tending to it was not. I drove to the grocery store, the mundane task feeling almost sacred. I moved through the aisles, comparing prices on cereal, feeling the cool air of the produce section on my skin. I saw a neighbor from a few streets over, and we chatted about the unseasonably warm weather. Her life was simple, her worries plain. I envied her, and I did not. My life was heavier, but it was also deeper, its roots sunk into a truth that would never let me be blown over. When I returned home, Lynette was in my driveway, leaning against her car. She pushed her sunglasses onto her head. "I'm thinking of starting a business," she said without preamble. a security consulting firm for women. I set the grocery bags down on the pavement. The idea was so perfectly, brutally Lynette. What kind of consulting? Teaching them how to look, how to listen, how to trust their gut, how to make a plan. Her gaze was level and direct. I have a unique skill set. A laugh bubbled up in my throat, sharp and surprised. It was the first time I had truly laughed in months. I suppose you do. I want you to help me, she said, not with the physical stuff, with the other part, the before, the recognizing the patterns. She was offering me a purpose, a way to channel the terrible knowledge we shared into something that could prevent other Cassidys. She was turning our sin into a shield. I looked at my house, at the tulip visible through the window, at the life I was slowly, painstakingly reassembling. Then I looked back at Lynette, at the fierce, unbreakable certainty in her eyes. I nodded. Okay, I said. Okay, I'll help. She smiled, a rare, genuine smile that transformed her face. Good. She got back into her car and drove away, leaving me standing there with my groceries and my new, complicated future. I picked up the bags and went inside. The house was quiet, but the silence was no longer a wall. It was a space waiting to be filled. The first meeting was held in Lynette's spare room, which she had emptied of everything but a large, worn rug and a whiteboard. There were 3 women, all friends of a friend, their faces a mixture of skepticism and a deep, unspoken hope. Lynette stood before them, her presence commanding an immediate, respectful silence. She spoke not of fear, but of preparedness. She talked about exits, about everyday objects, about the language of dominance and control. My part came later. I sat with them in a circle on the rug, and I talked about the weather inside a house. I described the subtle shift in atmospheric pressure when a joke isn't really a joke, when a compliment feels like a claim, when a request carries the weight of a command. I saw the recognition in their eyes, the slow, dawning horror of things they had felt but never named. I was giving them a vocabulary for their own unease. After they left, Lynette wiped the whiteboard clean. "You were good," she said. "You made it real for them." "It is real," I said, the words tasting of iron and truth. David noticed the change in me. I came home from those sessions energized, not drained. When he asked about my day, I could talk about the work in vague, sanitized terms: self-defense, preparedness, situational awareness, and he accepted it, pleased to see a light back in my eyes. He didn't need to know that the light was fueled by a cold, dark fire. Our careful dance continued, but the steps were easier now, the distance between us less pronounced. We were finding a new intimacy in the things we did not say. Months turned, marked by the turning of the school year and the slow, golden decline of autumn. Leo lost a tooth. We raked leaves into giant piles and he jumped in them, his laughter a pure, unburdened sound. I watched him and felt the familiar, complex surge of love and protection. This was why. This would always be why. Then on a crisp Tuesday in October, the email arrived. It was from a journalist. The subject line read, "Follow-up questions, Ray, the Donnell case." My blood went cold. She was writing a long-form piece, she said, about the men who get away with it and the systems that allow it. She had heard rumors, whispers from the old city about Lynette's past and its possible connection. She wanted to know if I had ever felt that Donnell's death was too convenient. She asked if I thought Lynette was capable of more than anyone knew. I read the email 3 times, my heart hammering against my ribs. This was the other shoe. It had not dropped, it was hovering, suspended by the keystrokes of a stranger. I forwarded it to Lynette without a word. Her response came 10 minutes later, just 2 words: "My house, now." I told David I was going for a walk. The air was sharp and smelled of wood smoke. When I let myself into Lynette's house, she was already in the kitchen, her laptop open on the table. Her face was a calm, terrifying mask. "She's a digger," Lynette said, her voice flat. "She won't stop with a no comment." "So what do we do?" I asked, my own voice surprisingly steady. "We give her a story," Lynette said, her eyes meeting mine. "A better one, a true one, just not the one she's looking for." She began to type, her fingers flying across the keyboard. She was drafting a response, a narrative of three women traumatized by a predatory man, finding solace and strength in their friendship after his sudden, tragic death. It was a story of survival, not of action. It was, in its own way, completely true. "Will she believe it?" I asked. "It doesn't matter if she believes it," Lynette said, not looking up. "It only matters that she can't prove anything else. We stick to the script. We are just the grieving, relieved neighbors." I looked at her, at the absolute focus on her face, and I understood that this was our life now. It was not a single, settled thing. It was an ongoing campaign, a series of quiet battles fought in suburban kitchens and through emailed statements. The peace we had bought was not a permanent state. It was a territory we had to defend. I pulled out a chair and sat down. "Let me see it before you send it," I said. She nodded, a faint, grim smile touching her lips. We worked on the email together, refining the language, striking the right tone of dignified closure. We were authors once again, shaping the story of our lives. When it was done, she hit send. The silence that followed was not the silence of before. It was the silence of a shared front, a unified will. It was the sound of our settlement holding. The journalist wrote back 2 days later. Her response was polite, almost apologetic. She thanked us for our perspective and said she would respect our privacy. Lynette printed the email and then fed the paper through a shredder, the machine whirring with a sound of finality. "She'll keep digging," Lynette said, "but she'll find nothing. The ground is too solid." Life resumed its new rhythm. The business, which we named Anchor Point, grew by word of mouth. We never advertised. Women found us, their referrals hushed and urgent. We taught them how to be their own first responders. In return, they gave us a sense of utility that bordered on redemption. One evening in November, I was cleaning out Leo's backpack, shaking out crayon nubs and crumpled drawings. My fingers brushed against a piece of stiff paper tucked into the inner pocket. It was a photograph, slightly bent at the corner. It was a picture of Donald standing on his deck, a grilling spatula in his hand. He was smiling at the person behind the camera, a charming, easy smile that didn't reach his eyes. I had never seen this photo before. It must have been taken by Cassidy, back when things were still a performance of normalcy. Leo must have found it, a forgotten relic, and tucked it away like a treasure. My first instinct was a cold, sharp panic, a desire to tear the photo into 1,000 pieces and scatter them to the wind. But I didn't. I held it, studying the face of the man we had erased. The fear was still there, a low hum in my blood, but it was joined by something else, something colder and more durable. It was not hatred, and it was not guilt. It was a simple, profound recognition of the fact that he was gone and we were here. I took the photo to the fireplace. I struck a match and watched the flame catch the corner, curling the paper, blackening his smiling face until it was nothing but ash. I felt no catharsis, only a necessary chore completed. I was the custodian of this reality, the keeper of the flame that ensured the past stayed past. That weekend, we had a bonfire on the beach with the other families. The children roasted marshmallows, their faces glowing in the firelight. David sat next to me on a log, his arm around my shoulders. Lynette was there, and Cassidy, who was dating a kind-eyed teacher she had met at a parent workshop. We laughed at a story Cassidy was telling, the sound mingling with the crackle of the fire and the crash of the waves. I looked around the circle at the faces illuminated by the dancing flames. This was the story, not the one in the dark water, but this one right here. The warmth, the laughter, the shared, unremarkable joy. It was not a lie. It was the truth we had chosen, the life we had built from the ashes of another. The sea was still out there, dark and endless, but on this night, on this shore, its voice was just a backdrop, a distant rhythm to the music we were making together. We had not escaped the deep. We had simply learned to build our fires higher and to tend them with a vigilance that would never, ever end. The next morning, the scent of wood smoke clung to my jacket, a pleasant ghost of the night before. I hung it in the closet next to David's coat, a mundane act that felt deeply significant. In the kitchen, I saw the tulip had finally shed its last petal, a crimson curl on the table. I swept it into my palm and dropped it into the compost bin. There was no sorrow in the act, only a quiet acknowledgement of the cycle. The phone call came just after lunch. It was my mother, her voice tinny with long-distance worry. She asked about Leo, about David, about the weather. Then her tone shifted. "I had the strangest dream about you last night," she said. "You were standing on a shore, building a wall out of sand. The tide was coming in, but you weren't afraid. You just kept building." A chill traced my spine. "What kind of wall?" I asked, my voice carefully neutral. "A strong one," she said, "with a deep foundation it was holding." I looked out the window at our backyard, at the neat fence and the dormant flower beds. "It was just a dream, Mom." "I know," she said, but her voice held a note of quiet conviction. "It just felt so real. It felt like you were safe." After I hung up, I stood there for a long time, the receiver warm in my hand. The world sent its echoes, its strange, unwitting blessings. My mother, 1,000 miles away, had somehow seen the outline of my life. She had seen the wall. That evening, I told Lynette about the call. We were in her spare room, preparing for a new session. She listened, her head tilted, then gave a slow nod. "The foundation is deep," she repeated, as if testing the weight of the words. "She's not wrong." She picked up a dry erase marker and began to write on the whiteboard. The first word she wrote was awareness. The second was boundaries. They were simple concepts, but we were teaching the women how to build their own walls, how to sense the shifting tide before it ever reached their feet. This was our work, this was our atonement. We were not just authors of our own stories anymore. We had become architects of safety, building quiet, sturdy fortresses in the dark. Story 2. The first thing anyone noticed was the silence of the birds. It was a Tuesday morning in October, the kind of crisp, clear day that usually set the starlings in the oak trees along Main Street into a frantic, chattering chorus. But that morning there was nothing, only the hollow sound of the wind combing through dying leaves. Then came the cracks, sharp and precise, like stones breaking a sheet of ice. They did not echo, not the way gunfire should in a valley town. The sound was swallowed by the town itself, absorbed into the brick and mortar as if Crestwood were a great, hungry beast. A man named Leo Vance was found in a third-floor room of the old Crestwood Hotel, a custom-built rifle resting on a bipod by the open window, 5 spent casings gleaming on the floorboards beside him. He was a quiet man, a bookkeeper, the last person anyone would have suspected. He offered no resistance, no explanation. His eyes were empty, his hands clean. The police, led by a weary Sheriff Miller, built a case as neat and tidy as a ledger sheet. 5 shots, 5 dead. Motive, a vague and generalized misanthropy. Opportunity, absolute. The town needed it to be him. They needed the monster to be captured, to have a face, so they could sleep again. 3 days after the shooting, a man named Ahmed pulled his dusty Ford pickup into a motel on the outskirts of town. He had been a soldier, then something else for a government that preferred its tools to remain in the toolbox unseen. His movement was economical, his gaze a constant, slow sweep of his surroundings, noting exits, assessing threats. He had come because a lawyer, a friend of a friend, had called. Leo Vance's public defender, a young man drowning in evidence, had whispered that something in the forensics felt wrong, staged. Ahmed did not work for the law. He worked for the truth, which was often a very different and far more dangerous thing. The town of Crestwood lay in a bowl between 2 forested ridges, a postcard that had begun to fade. The air smelled of pine and damp earth and the faint, metallic tang from the shuttered plating factory down by the river. Ahmed started at the crime scene, the stretch of Main Street where the victims had fallen. He walked the pavement slowly, his boots scuffing against the chalk outlines that had already been worn away by rain and traffic. He stood where the first victim, a schoolteacher named Mrs. Gable, had been struck. He looked back at the window of the hotel room, a dark square in the red brick facade. The angle was clean, the shot straightforward, too straightforward. He met with Estelle, the county prosecutor, in her office. The room was all dark wood and leather, the scent of old paper and coffee grounds hanging in the air. She was a woman carved from conviction, her blonde hair pulled into a severe knot, her suit as sharp as a blade. "Leo Vance is guilty, Mr. Ahmed," she said, not looking up from the file on her desk. "The evidence is overwhelming. I don't see what you hope to accomplish." "The evidence is convenient," Ahmed replied, his voice low and even. "A man fires 5 rounds from a high-powered rifle and leaves no trace of gunpowder residue on his hands or sleeves. The rifle was wiped clean, but the casings were left behind. The window latch was pried from the outside." Estelle finally looked up, her eyes the color of a winter sky. "Vance is odd, incompetent, he made mistakes. The latch is irrelevant, he could have entered the room earlier. We have a witness who saw him in the lobby." "A witness who has since recanted, saying the police pressured her." "Witnesses get nervous, it doesn't change the facts." She leaned forward, her hands flat on the desk. "This town is healing. Don't tear the stitches out." Ahmed left her office, the taste of her certainty like something sour in his mouth. He went to the county lockup to see Leo Vance. The man sat on the edge of a metal cot, his shoulders slumped as if bearing an invisible weight. He was small, soft-looking, with eyes that held a profound and weary confusion. "I don't remember," Vance whispered, his voice raspy from disuse. "I remember going to my office. I remember a headache. Then I was on the floor of that room, and the police were there." "Did you fire the rifle, Mr. Vance?" "I don't know, they say I did." He looked at his hands as if they belonged to a stranger, but I've never even held a gun. Ahmed studied him, the man's fragility, the absence of the hardened focus a sniper requires. This was not a killer, this was a placeholder. That night Ahmed lay on the stiff motel bed and let the pieces drift in the dark. A patsy, a staged scene, a conspiracy that required 5 specific people to die in a very public, very terrifying way. He obtained the victim list from a clerk at the courthouse, a woman who spoke in hushed tones, her eyes darting toward the door. Mrs. Gable, the schoolteacher, Mr. Hemlock, the owner of the town's only hardware store, a young mechanic named Ben Carter. Sarah Lay, a journalist for the local paper, and an out-of-town businessman, Charles Ogilvy. He started with the journalist. Sarah Lee's apartment was a small, cluttered space above a bakery. Her computer was gone, confiscated by the police, but her notes were not. She kept a physical journal, a habit she'd learned from her father. Ahmed found it tucked inside a hollowed-out copy of Moby Dick on her bookshelf. The last entry was a single sentence, written in a hurried scrawl. "The water is poison, and they all know it." The next day, Ahmed drove out to the river, to the derelict plating factory. The chain-link fence was cut recently. Inside the vast, echoing space was a graveyard of rusted machinery. But in one corner, behind a false wall of crumbling drywall, he found a new operation. Stainless steel vats, plastic tubing, the sharp chemical smell of industrial solvent, a drug lab, a sophisticated one. He took pictures with a small, high-resolution camera. As he turned to leave, a shadow detached itself from the gloom. A large man, his head shaved, his posture that of a professional. He moved with a predator-esque grace. "You're in the wrong place," the man said, his voice a low rumble. Ahmed didn't answer. He dropped into a crouch as the man lunged. The fight was brutal, silent save for the grunts of effort and the scrape of boots on concrete. Ahmed was older, but his training was deeper, etched into his muscle memory. He used the man's momentum against him, twisting an arm until the bones snapped with a sickening pop. He left the man unconscious on the floor, taking his wallet. The ID was a fake, military grade, but the man himself was real, a henchman. The name in the wallet led nowhere, but the face did. Ahmed ran it through a private database, a relic of his old life. The man was ex-special forces, dishonorably discharged, now working for a private security firm called Aegis Holdings. Aegis was a subsidiary of a larger conglomerate, Omnicorp, a defense contractor with deep political ties and a portfolio that included environmental remediation. Charles Ogilvy, one of the victims, had been an environmental compliance officer for the state. The conspiracy began to take shape, a dark constellation in Ahmed's mind. The factory was not just a lab, it was the source of the poisoned water Sarah Lee had written about. The plating chemicals had been leaching into the aquifer for decades. Omnicorp had a contract to clean it up, a contract worth hundreds of millions. But Ogilvy had discovered that their cleanup was a sham, a cover for dumping the waste deeper, making the problem worse. He was going to go public. Sarah Lee was his conduit. Ben Carter, the mechanic, had done work on the trucks used to transport the waste. Mr. Hemlock had sold them supplies. Mrs. Gable's class had done a science project on the local water quality. They were not random victims. They were loose ends, silenced in one grand, horrific gesture. And Leo Vance was the perfect fall guy, a fragile man who could be drugged, manipulated, and left to take the blame. Ahmed took his findings to Estelle. He laid it out on her desk, the photos of the lab, the military record of the henchman, the journal entry, the connections between the victims. She listened, her face a mask of granite. When he finished, she was silent for a long time, staring out her window at the quiet town. "This is a fantasy," she said finally, but her voice lacked its earlier conviction. It was thin, stretched tight, a conspiracy theory built on coincidence. "You know it's not," Ahmed said. "You're too good at your job not to see it." She stood and walked to the window. "If what you say is true, then the people behind this are powerful. They have resources. They have reach. They turned this town into a shooting gallery to cover up a chemical spill. What do you think they would do to a prosecutor and a freelance investigator who got in their way? Their way leads to more graves, Estelle. This docent's end with Crestwood." She turned to look at him, and for the first time he saw the fear in her eyes, the struggle between duty and self-preservation. "What do you need from me?" "The sniper," Ahmed said. "Vance wasn't the shooter. The shot that killed Charles Ogilvy was from a different angle, lower. I need you to get me the original ballistic report, the one before it was simplified." Estelle's jaw tightened. She gave a single, sharp nod. That night, Ahmed waited in the shadows of the courthouse records room. Estelle had provided the key in a time when the building would be empty. He found the file, a thick manila folder. The initial ballistics report noted a peculiarity, a slight deformation on the bullet that killed Ogilvy that was inconsistent with a shot from the hotel's third floor. It suggested a second shooter, positioned on the roof of the library across the street and 30 feet lower. The final report had omitted this detail. As he read, a light flicked on in the hallway. Sheriff Miller stood there, his service pistol drawn, his face grim. "I can let you take that, son," Miller said. "This needs to be over." "You're part of this," Ahmed said, his voice calm. He had expected this. The local authority, the unwitting accomplice. "I am keeping the peace," Miller said, his hand trembling slightly. They told me it was just about scaring Ogilvy, scaring the reporter. They never said anything about a massacre. But after it was done, what choice did I have? They own this town. They own me now." Ahmed saw the conflict in the man's eyes, the shame. He took a slow step forward. "There's always a choice, Sheriff. It's never too late to choose the truth." The gun wavered. In that moment of hesitation, a shot rang out from the hallway behind Miller. The sheriff crumpled, a dark flower blooming on his chest. The man from the factory, his arm in a sling, stood there, a smoking pistol in his other hand. His eyes were cold and empty. "The truth is a messy thing," the man said, raising the pistol again. Ahmed was already moving. He dove behind a filing cabinet as a second shot splintered the wood where his head had been. He drew his own weapon, a compact Sig Sauer. The room was a maze of shelves and cabinets. He could hear the man's footsteps, slow and deliberate. This was the climax, the violent, inevitable conclusion of the search for truth. He peered around a corner. The man was stalking him, a predator in its element. Ahmed fired twice, forcing him back. He used the sound to cover his movement, circling around. He came up behind the man, close enough to smell the stale sweat and gun oil. "It's over," Ahmed said. The man spun fast, but Ahmed was faster. He fired once, a clean shot to the center of the forehead. The man dropped without a sound. He found Estelle outside, her car idling in the alley. Her face was pale. "I heard shots." "It's done," Ahmed said. He handed her the file. "This is your case now. The ballistics, the connection to Omnicorp, the sheriff's confession, it's all there." "What about you?" "I was never here." He drove out of Crestwood as the sun was beginning to rise, painting the sky in hues of blood and gold. The birds were still silent. He knew the fight was not over. Omnicorp was a hydra. Cutting off one head would not kill the beast. The true mastermind, a faceless executive in a glass tower 1,000 miles away, would simply find another patsy, another town. But in Crestwood, the truth was now a seed planted in the poisoned earth. It was up to Estelle to make it grow. Leo Vance was released, a broken man returning to a world that would always look at him with suspicion. The official story would be messy, incomplete, a compromise between justice and power, but it was a start. And from a distance, an unseen observer might have noted the departure of the dusty Ford pickup, the slow restoration of sound to the town, the first tentative chirps of birds returning to the oak trees. They might have reflected on the nature of such tragedies, how they are never as simple as they seem, how they are always at their core about the quiet, mundane evils of greed and corruption, given violent expression. The story of Crestwood would be filed away, a cautionary tale in a world full of them, its true resolution as elusive and fragile as the morning mist burning off the river. The sniper was caught, the conspiracy exposed, yet the silence that remained was not one of peace, but of a deep and unsettling absence, the space where absolute justice had failed to materialize, leaving only the faint, lingering echo of its possibility. The first calls came in around 10 a.m. They were about the dogs. Not the birds this time, but the dogs, all over town, from the neat colonials on the ridge to the weathered bungalows by the factory. Family pets were howling. It was a low, mournful, collective sound that raised the hairs on the back of the neck. It was the sound of an animal sensing a shift in the world, a wrongness that humans were too numb to perceive. In her office, Estelle heard it. She stood by the window, the damning file heavy on her desk, and listened to the canine lament. It felt like an accusation. The town was not healing. It was infected, and she had just been handed the cure, a toxic thing that could kill the patient if administered incorrectly. Sheriff Miller was dead. The man from Aegis was dead. The story she would have to tell was a tangled mess of rogue deputies and corporate espionage, a story that would shatter Crestwood's fragile peace for a generation. The easy monster was gone. In its place was a hydra of complicity and fear. She picked up the phone and called the state attorney general. The conversation was brief, coded, and deeply unsettling. The man on the other end listened, asked few questions, and when she was done, he said, "This will require a delicate touch, Estelle. Aegis and Omnicorp are significant employers in the state. We must be certain of our facts." The implication was clear. The fight was not over. It was just moving to a different, more bureaucratic battlefield where truth was a negotiable asset. Leo Vance was sitting in a holding cell, sipping a cup of watery coffee when they told him he was free to go. He didn't understand. The world had become a shifting, illogical place. One moment he was a bookkeeper, the next a monster, and now he was just a man again, but a man whose life had been erased. He walked out of the courthouse into the thin morning light, a free man with nowhere to go. People on the street averted their eyes, not out of hatred now, but out of a deep communal shame. They had been so eager to believe the simple story. Ahmed drove for 6 hours straight, stopping only for gas. He paid in cash. He did not use his phone. He was a ghost, and he intended to remain one. He thought of Estelle, of the weight he had left on her shoulders. He thought of Vance, a hollow man returning to a town that was itself a hollow shell. This was always the way. He could expose the rot, but he could not rebuild. He was a surgeon who only did amputations. His destination was a small cabin in the Blue Ridge Mountains, a place owned by a dead man, a relic from his previous life. It was a place to disappear, to wait, to see what shape the aftermath would take. He parked the truck behind a thicket of pine and entered the musty silence of the cabin. He methodically cleaned his weapon, the familiar ritual of balm to his mind. Then he sat at a wooden table and powered up a secure laptop. He began to dig, not into Omnicorp, that was a fortress, but into the periphery, the dishonorably discharged soldiers now employed by Aegis, the shell companies that owned the Crestwood factory land, the political campaigns that had received Omnicorp donations. He was building a map, not of a single crime, but of an ecosystem. The shooting in Crestwood was not an anomaly, it was a symptom. A week later, a padded envelope arrived at the cabin, left in the mailbox by a courier he never saw. Inside was a single, unmarked data chip. When he slotted it into his computer, he found blueprints, not for weapons or labs, but for a water filtration system. It was sophisticated, compact, and cheap. A design that could effectively clean the toxins from Crestwood's aquifer at a fraction of the cost of Omnicorp's proposed and fraudulent remediation. There was a note, just one line of text, from a friend of a free press. Sarah Lay was working on this. He understood the fight was not over because the need for the truth was not over. The real conspiracy was not the 5 murders. It was the poison in the water and the system that allowed it to remain. The sniper had been a tool to protect a bottom line. Ahmed looked at the blueprints. This was the antidote. This was the next move. He made a copy of the data chip. He packaged one copy to be mailed to Estelle anonymously. The other he kept. The silence in the mountains was different from the silence in Crestwood. It was not an absence. It was a presence. It was the sound of waiting. The story was not over. It was simply waiting for its next teller. The howling of the dogs subsided by noon, leaving behind a tense, watchful quiet. Estelle received the anonymous package 2 days later. She held the data chip in her hand, feeling its slight weight, its immense potential. It was both a gift and a weapon. She knew she couldn't trust the state, not after the Attorney General's muted response. The system was compromised, so she went to Ben Carter's father, a retired engineer, and to Mrs. Gable's widow, a woman with a fierce, quiet determination. They became her counsel, her underground. Meanwhile, Leo Vance tried to piece together a life from the wreckage. He moved back into his small house, but the walls seemed to press in on him, whispering the accusations that had once filled the air. He started having a new dream, not of the shooting, but of the headache that preceded it. A sharp chemical smell, like cleaning solvent, filled the dream. He woke one night, the smell so vivid in his nostrils he went to the kitchen and checked the sink. It was clean. But the memory, or the ghost of one, persisted. He remembered a hand, large and rough, pressing a damp cloth over his mouth and nose in the parking lot behind his office. The memory was a shard of glass, sharp and painful. He called Estelle. Ahmed, in his mountain cabin, watched the digital threads of his investigation weave together. He found a pattern. Aegis operatives were being quietly repositioned, not to new security contracts, but to a different Omnicorp subsidiary, one that specialized in logistical support for municipal water departments. The poison was spreading, the business model simply shifting location. The blueprint he possessed was the key to undermining not just one crime, but an entire enterprise. He knew he would have to leave the cabin soon. The fight required a more active hand. Estelle, armed with the blueprint and Leo's new testimony, made her move. She didn't go to the press or the state, she went to the town. She and her small council called a meeting in the basement of the public library, the same library from whose roof the real sniper had fired. They showed the people the blueprint. They explained the cheap, effective solution to their poisoned water. They told them about the cover-up, not as a vast, unknowable conspiracy, but as a simple, brutal act of greed. The fear in the room was palpable, but it was slowly being eclipsed by a raw, burning anger. The following morning, a crowd gathered outside the derelict factory. They were not protesters, not yet. They were witnesses. They stood in silence, looking at the chain-link fence and the decaying building that housed the secret of their sickness. The town's silence had finally been broken, not by a gunshot, but by the collective, determined breath of its people. The story was no longer about a sniper. It was about their water, their children, their home, and they were just beginning to find their voice. A single news van arrived from a nearby city, drawn by whispers of a development in the Crestwood case. The reporter, a young woman with a determined glint in her eye, tried to interview the silent crowd. They ignored her, their focus absolute. She turned her camera instead to the factory, to the weary, resolute faces of the townspeople. It was not the story she had expected to find. Inside the courthouse, Estelle watched the live feed on her computer. She saw the crowd and she saw the first OmniCorp security vehicle arrive, a sleek black SUV that parked a block away. The confrontation was beginning. It would not be with guns this time, but with lawyers and injunctions and financial pressure. But the ground had shifted. The monster was no longer hiding in the shadows. It was being forced into the light. Leo Vance stood at the back of the crowd. The chemical smell from his dream was now a constant phantom in the air around the factory, a trigger that made his hands shake. He saw the news van and felt a jolt of anxiety. But then he looked at the faces around him, people he had known for years, and saw not suspicion, but a shared, grim understanding. He was not the monster. He was another victim. The realization was a fragile, warming light in the cold hollow of his chest. In the mountains, Ahmed saw the same news feed. He watched for 10 minutes, then closed his laptop. The seed had sprouted. The fight was now a public one. His part was done for now. He packed a single bag, leaving the cabin as clean and empty as he had found it. The next town on OmniCorp's list was called Cedar Bend. It was 500 miles away, and its water had just been declared safe by a new state-approved testing service. A service recently subcontracted to an OmniCorp subsidiary. He started the truck. The silence was behind him. Ahead was only the road and the work. The drive to Cedar Bend was a meditation on repetition. The same rolling hills gave way to the same flat, tired farmland that surrounded towns like Crestwood. Towns that had bet their future on a single industry and lost, becoming hollowed-out shells perfect for a quiet, profitable poisoning. Ahmed's mind was not on the road, but on the blueprint. Sarah Lee had been brilliant. Her design was elegant, a series of modular, scalable filters that used a proprietary blend of minerals and activated charcoal. It was too good, too cheap. It would have destroyed the profit margin of OmniCorp's multi-million-dollar and largely ineffective remediation projects. He wondered who had sent it to him, a friend of a free press. The phrase suggested a colleague of Sarah Lee's, someone who knew what she had been working on and why she had to die. It was a loose thread, and in his experience, loose threads were either traps or lifelines. He would have to be careful. He arrived in Cedar Bend as the sun was setting. It was smaller than Crestwood, with a main street that was more boarded up than not. He found a motel on the outskirts, a place called the Starlight, where the neon was broken and the payment was cash. He used a different name, a different story. He was a traveling insurance assessor. It was bland enough to be forgotten. His first stop the next morning was the public library. He needed to understand the town's story, its official history. He found it in old newspaper archives. Cedar Bend's pride had been a textile mill that closed 20 years ago. The town council, desperate for jobs and tax revenue, had offered massive incentives to OmniCorp to open a packaging plant. The plant had arrived 5 years ago, promising a renaissance. The water, according to the mayor's cheerful statements in the local paper, had never been safer. Ahmed spent the afternoon walking. He visited the town park where mothers watched their children play. He saw a few kids with a pallor he recognized from Crestwood, a slight lethargy in their movements. He followed the scent of the packaging plant, a sickly sweet odor of melting plastic and chemicals that the breeze carried through the town. He found the water treatment facility, a new, shiny building sitting next to the much older municipal plant. A sign out front read, Cedar Bend Water Purification Project, a partnership with OmniCorp Utilities. He took photos from a distance, noting the security cameras, the high fence. It was a fortress, just like the lab in Crestwood had been. That evening, back in his motel room, he connected his secure laptop and began his digital reconnaissance. He looked for the local players. The mayor was a former Omnicorp mid-level manager. The sheriff was his brother-in-law. The town doctor had received a grant from an Omnicorp charitable foundation to upgrade his clinic. The ecosystem of control was already in place, more sophisticated this time. They had learned from Crestwood. His phone, a cheap, disposable burner, vibrated. He only gave the number to one person. He answered. "It's Estelle." Her voice was hushed, tense. "They're burying it. The state is calling the Aegis operative a lone wolf, a disgruntled employee. Miller is being posthumously painted as a hero who died trying to stop him. The ballistics report is being reevaluated." "I expected nothing less," Ahmed said. "There's more. I received a visitor today. A man from the corporate security division of Omnicorp. Very polite, very well dressed. He offered me a consultancy position, a very lucrative one. He said it was a shame for my career to be derailed by a local tragedy." "A bribe, a threat. What did you say?" "I told him I was happy where I was." She paused. "He said that was unfortunate. Then he asked if I had been in contact with you. He described you, Ahmed, not your name but your face. He called you an agitator." A cold knot tightened in Ahmed's stomach. They were connecting the dots. His anonymity, his greatest weapon, was eroding. "You should be careful." "You too." The line went dead. Ahmed set the phone down. The room felt smaller. They were looking for him. The fight was no longer just about exposing a crime. It was a race for survival. He looked at the map of Cedar Bend on his screen. This town was the next battlefield, but the war was now following him. He had to move faster. He had to find the proof here before the people who had silenced Crestwood found him. He opened a new file on his computer. The heading read, Cedar Bend, Phase 1, Identify the Source. The work was beginning again, but the stakes had been raised from truth to life itself. The source, he knew, would not be the new Omnicorp plant. It would be the old municipal well field, the one that had served the town for generations, the one that was now downstream from the packaging plant's accidental runoff. He needed a water sample, one taken directly from the aquifer, not from a tap that had passed through the Omnicorp filtration system. This required a different approach. He couldn't just walk in. He spent the next 2 days observing the shift changes at the old waterworks, noting the single board security guard who made his rounds every 3 hours. The building itself was a relic, its locks simple, its alarm system outdated. They had poured their security budget into the new facility, neglecting the old one they were supposedly phasing out. A classic mistake. He chose a night when a low, misting rain began to fall, deadening sound and obscuring vision. Dressed in dark, nondescript work clothes, he slipped through a gap in the chain-link fence at the back of the property. The lock on the service door yielded to a set of picks he hadn't used in years. The inside of the building smelled of damp concrete and chlorine. His penlight cut a thin beam through the darkness, illuminating giant, silent pumps and a network of pipes. He found the main intake valve, a heavy brass fitting where the water came straight from the ground. He worked quickly, unscrewing a cap and filling 3 small, sterile vials from the steady, cold flow. He was sealing the last one when he heard it, not the guard's footsteps, but the soft crunch of gravel under a tire outside. He snapped off the light and moved to a grimy window. A second black SUV, identical to the one he'd seen in Crestwood, had pulled up beside the guard's shack. 2 men got out. They weren't wearing uniforms. They moved with a fluid, purposeful grace that marked them as something other than local security. Aegis, or whatever Omnicorp was calling them now. They were here for him. Estelle's warning had been precise. They had anticipated his move, or they were guarding this place with a vigilance the town was not meant to see. He was trapped inside. The only way out was the way he came in, and that would lead him directly into their path. He crouched in the darkness, the vials of water cold against his chest, and calculated the seconds he had left before they decided to check the building. The rain pattered softly on the roof, a peaceful sound that masked the approaching danger. The 2 men spoke to the guard for a moment, their voices a low murmur. Then one of them pointed toward the main building. The guard nodded, pulling out a large ring of keys. They were coming in. Ahmed moved away from the window, his mind racing. A direct confrontation was a last resort. It would expose him completely and end his work. He needed a diversion. His eyes scanned the dark interior, settling on the electrical panel near the entrance. It was an old, fuse-based system. Slipping a multi-tool from his pocket, he pried the metal cover open. He found the main feed for the pump motors, a heavy-gauge wire. A short, sharp twist with the tool-S insulated pliers, and a brilliant blue flash erupted from the panel, followed by the acrid smell of ozone. The lights in the building died, and more importantly, the security cameras mounted in the corners winked out. From outside, a shout. The guard and the two men were momentarily distracted, their attention fixed on the sudden darkness. It was the only chance he would get. Ahmed moved to the rear of the building, to a large metal grate covering an old storm drain. He pried it open, the rusted bolts groaning in protest, and lowered himself into the damp, narrow channel below. He pulled the grate back into place just as the main door crashed open and flashlight beams cut through the darkness above. He was in a concrete tunnel, barely wide enough to crawl through. The air was thick with the smell of decay and stagnant water. He moved as quickly as he could, the sound of his own movements masked by the frantic shouts and radio chatter from the building he'd just left. After what felt like an eternity, he saw a sliver of faint light ahead, the tunnel-S outlet into a creek bed on the edge of town. He emerged, covered in grime, the rain washing the filth from his hands. The vials were safe. He had the source, but the cost of obtaining it was now clear. They were not just guarding their secrets, they were hunting him. He circled back to the motel through a labyrinth of back alleys, his senses heightened, watching for any sign of the black SUVs. The Starlight Motel felt less like a refuge and more like a trap. He couldn't stay. He packed his few belongings, wiped down every surface, and slipped out the back window just as a pair of headlights turned slowly into the parking lot. He drove through the night, the sample vials tucked securely in his bag. He needed a lab, an independent one far from OmniCorp's influence, to analyze the water, and he needed to warn Estelle. The polite man from corporate security had been a precursor. The visit from the Aegis team was the real message. The war was no longer cold. It was here, and he was now a primary target. The story was no longer just about the water. It was about the lengths they would go to keep it poisoned. He found a 24-hour shipping depot in a town 60 miles away. Using a fake return address, he mailed 2 of the vials to a trusted contact who ran a private environmental lab in another state. The 3rd vial he kept. It was his insurance. He called Estelle from a payphone outside a diner, the receiver cold and greasy in his hand. The rain had stopped, leaving the pre-dawn air sharp and clean. She answered on the first ring, her voice thick with sleep and worry. "They were waiting for me at the water works," he said without preamble. Aegis, they knew to look there. He heard her sharp intake of breath. "Are you safe?" "For now, they tracked me to my motel. I'm in the wind." He watched the empty road. "The offer they made you, the consultancy, it wasn't just a bribe. It was a way to keep you close, to monitor you. They consider you a node, and now they know we are connected." "I understand." Her voice was steady, but he could hear the fear beneath it. "What do you need me to do?" "Go public with the blueprint, not to the big networks. They'll bury it. There's an independent journalist, Mara Segel. She's dogged and she's clean. Leak it to her. Let her be the one to ask why a cheap, effective solution was shelved before the lead engineer was killed." "And you?" "I have to disappear for a while, but I'll be watching. When the lab results come back on the Cedar Bend water, the story will have teeth. It won't just be about a cover-up in Crestwood. It will be a pattern. That's what they're truly afraid of." He hung up before she could say anything more. Every second on the line was a risk. He got back in his truck and drove east toward the rising sun. He was tired, the deep fatigue that comes from constant vigilance. The face of the man from corporate security floated in his mind. He wondered how many others like him were out there, moving through the shadows, protecting the poison. He thought of Leo Vance, of the chemical smell that haunted him, and of the quiet, determined people standing in the rain outside a factory. They were all pieces on a board, and the game was turning deadly. He pressed down on the accelerator. The only move left was to keep moving. The truck ate up the miles, putting distance between him and the immediate threat. But Ahmed knew distance was an illusion. Omnicorp's reach was national, its resources vast. His mind, honed by years of evasion, began to construct a new identity. The insurance assessor was burned. He needed to become someone else, someone uninteresting, a ghost in the machine of the American highway. He stopped at a large chain store in a bustling commercial zone, a place with no memory. He bought new clothes, khaki pants, a plain polo shirt, a cheap baseball cap. He bought a different make of disposable phone and a prepaid credit card. In the parking lot he changed, stuffing his old clothes into a dumpster behind a fast food restaurant. He was now a sales representative for a fictional industrial supplies company. It was a cover that would explain his travel, his presence in small towns, and his questions about local industry. He allowed himself one luxury. He checked the news on his new phone. Mara Segal's story had broken. The headline was simple: a solution denied, the blueprint Crestwood never saw. It was a solid piece of work, connecting Sarah Lee's murder to the suppression of her design. The comment section was already filling up. It was no longer a local story. His phone vibrated, a number he didn't recognize. He let it go to voicemail. A minute later, a text arrived. Lab results are in. It's worse than Crestwood. Call me. It was his contact. Ahmed felt a cold certainty settle over him. The pattern was confirming itself. He found another payphone, this one outside a laundromat. The connection was scratchy. They used a different compound, the voice on the other end said. A man named Philip who had lost a brother to a different corporate accident years ago. A variant, it's more stable, harder to detect with standard tests, but it's there. The concentrations are lower, but the toxicity is higher. It's a slow, cumulative poison. Can you prove it's from the Omnicorp plant? The isotopic signature matches their proprietary manufacturing process. It's a fingerprint. I'm sending you the full report. This is a smoking gun, Ahmed. Thank you, Philip. Be careful. Always am. Ahmed hung up. He had what he needed. The evidence was irrefutable, but the delivery was the problem. Mailing it to Mara Segal was too risky. It could be intercepted. He had to get it to her in person. That meant a trip back towards the danger, to the city where her news outlet was based. He drove for 2 days, sleeping in his truck at rest stops, his movements random, his paranoia a constant companion. He saw black SUVs in every parking lot, saw Aegis operatives in every tall, watchful man. He knew he was being hunted, and the hunter's greatest weapon was the prey's own fear. He finally reached the city. It was a sprawling, anonymous metropolis, a good place to hide and a dangerous place to meet. He arranged the meet through a series of encrypted messages, choosing a public place, the food court of a busy train station. He arrived an hour early, scouting the exits, watching the crowd. He saw Mara Segal first, a woman with sharp eyes and a no-nonsense posture, sitting at a small table with a laptop bag at her feet. He was about to approach when he saw them, 2 men flanking the main entrance. They weren't looking at him, they were watching her. They had anticipated his move. They knew he had the evidence and that she was the only logical recipient. They were using her as bait. Ahmed froze, melting back into the crowd. He couldn't go to her. He had to get the report to her another way. He saw a young woman, a college student by the look of her, sitting nearby and typing on her phone. An idea formed, desperate and simple. He scribbled a note on a napkin. Ms. Segal, they are watching you. The man by the east entrance and the one near the newsstand. The data is on a flash drive taped under this table. Be safe. He folded the napkin around the small drive, then walked past the student's table, dropping a $10 bill. Excuse me, he said with a friendly smile. You dropped this. She looked up, confused, then smiled back. "Oh, thank you." He walked away without looking back. A moment later, he heard the student's voice. Excuse me, ma'am, I think this is for you." He didn't turn around. He kept walking out of the food court, down a crowded corridor, and into the labyrinth of the city. He had passed the torch. The truth was now in the hands of a reporter who knew what to do with it. His part in this chapter was over. He walked until he found his truck, the weight of the evidence gone, replaced by the heavier weight of what was to come next. He drove until the city lights faded in his rearview mirror, replaced by the flat, dark expanse of farmland. The immediate pressure was off, but the silence in the cab of the truck was deafening. He had set the story free, but he had also confirmed his own status as a high-value target. They would not stop looking for him. 2 days later, holed up in another anonymous motel on the edge of another small town, he saw the story break. Mara Segel had published the lab results. The headline was a hammer blow: "Poison pattern, new town, same corporate playbook." It linked Cedar Bend directly to Crestwood, named Omnicorp, and cited the suppressed blueprint. The comment section was a wildfire. This time, it wasn't just outrage, it was organization. People were sharing contact information for local representatives, planning protests, demanding state-level investigations. His burner phone buzzed, an unknown number, but he had a feeling. He answered. "It's Segel." Her voice was crisp, professional, but he could hear the underlying excitement. "The story is bigger than we thought. I've had 3 whistleblowers from inside Omnicorp contact me since this went live. They're scared. They're talking about an internal directive called Project Steward. It's their playbook for containment, for silencing things like this." "Did any of them mention Aegis?" Ahmed asked, his voice low. "Aegis is just the public name. Internally, they're called the Sanitation Team." The term was chilling in its corporate blandness. "They're compartmentalized, deniable, but one of my sources sent me a fragment of a personnel roster. I'm cross-referencing it now. These people have backgrounds in special forces, intelligence. They're ghosts." "Be careful, Miss Segel. You're digging into their graveyard." "I know, but they're on the back foot now. The governor has announced a hearing. It's political theater, but it's a start." She paused. "I never got to thank you. You took a tremendous risk." "Don't thank me yet," Ahmed said. "This is just the beginning of their response. They will adapt." He ended the call. He was right. The next news cycle brought the counteroffensive. Omnicorp issued a statement expressing deep concern over the unverified and irresponsible allegations. They announced their own independent review, to be led by a former senator with close ties to the industry. They were using the classic strategies of doubt and delay. But something felt different this time. The public skepticism was louder, more organized. The truth, once seeded, was proving harder to uproot. Ahmed allowed himself a sliver of hope, a dangerous emotion he usually suppressed. He knew he couldn't stay still. He had to keep moving to become another person. He drove north toward the Lake Country, a region of small, tourist-dependent towns. He found a quiet, family-run campground and paid for a week in cash, telling the owner he was a writer on a retreat. He spent his days sitting by the lake, watching the water, a bitter irony not lost on him. He was a man haunted by poison water, seeking solace in its clean, clear cousin. At night, he monitored the news, watching the story unfold from a distance. The hearing was a circus, full of sound and fury, but a few state legislators were asking sharp questions. The pressure was building. One evening, as a cool breeze came off the lake, his phone buzzed again. It was Estelle. "It's happening," she said, her voice trembling, but this time with a kind of fierce joy. "The Justice Department. They've opened a formal investigation into Omnicorp. Not just the water, but the cover-up, the Aegis program, everything. It's a RICO case." Ahmed closed his eyes. This was more than he had ever dared to hope for. It was a potential killing blow. "They've subpoenaed everything," Estelle continued. The internal memos, the financials, the sanitation team records. It's a house of cards, and it's starting to fall. For the first time in years, Ahmed felt the tight coil of tension in his chest begin to loosen just a fraction. It wasn't over, not by a long shot. The legal battle would take years. Omnicorp would fight with every dollar and every lawyer they had, but the narrative had irrevocably shifted. They were no longer the untouchable giants. They were a corporation under a microscope, accused of monstrous crimes. He thanked Estelle and hung up. He sat for a long time in the growing dark, listening to the lapping of the water on the shore. The fight for Crestwood and Cedar Bend had been won at a terrible cost. Leo Vance and Sarah Lee had their justice in a way, but as he looked out at the vast, dark expanse of the lake, he thought of the other towns, the other hidden battles. Omnicorp was one entity. The system that allowed such poison to flourish was another. His work was not over. It had only just begun. He stood up and walked back to his truck, ready to disappear again, to find the next quiet town where the water didn't taste right and the people deserved to know why. The truck's engine turned over with a reluctant rumble. He drove away from the lake, the calm he had felt already a memory, replaced by the familiar, grim purpose. The map was spread on the passenger seat, a paper relic in a digital world, but it couldn't be tracked. He traced a route with his finger, avoiding interstates, sticking to county roads that wound through forgotten corners of the country. He was a ghost again, but now he was a ghost with a mission that felt, for the first time, truly possible. He drove for hours, the rhythm of the road a kind of meditation. The news of the federal investigation was a weapon, but it was a slow, cumbersome one. It would move through courtrooms and depositions. Out here in the real America, the poison was still in the pipes. He needed to be their early warning system, the canary in the coal mine for the next town and the next. His new identity as a traveling industrial supplies salesman gave him a reason to talk to people, to visit public works departments, to linger in diners and listen to the local gossip. He learned to ask the right questions with a casual, offhand tone. Heard you folks had some issues with the water pressure lately, or my company's looking into expanding into this region. How's the municipal infrastructure holding up? A week later, he found himself in a town called Millersburg. It was a place built around a now-shuttered textile mill, a town slowly dying of economic asphyxiation. The air smelled different here, not of decay, but of a faint, sweet chemical tang that he recognized from Crestwood. It was subtler, almost masked by the scent of pine from the surrounding forests, but it was there. He parked his truck near the town's water tower, a rusting monument on the edge of a field. He walked the perimeter, his eyes scanning the ground. He saw it near a runoff ditch, a patch of earth where nothing grew, the soil stained a peculiar, iridescent black. He knelt, taking a sample with a small vial from his pocket. He didn't need a lab to tell him what this was. He had seen this before. That evening in his motel room on the outskirts of Millersburg, he composed a new message. He didn't send it to Mara Segel this time. Her work was on the national stage now, fighting the big battle. This was for the locals. He used an encrypted channel to contact a network of environmental activists he had cautiously cultivated over the years, people who operated below the radar of mainstream news. He gave them the location, the details of the stain, the chemical smell. Look here, his message read. Test the water, ask about cancer clusters. The pattern is repeating. He signed off and erased the history. His work was done in Millersburg for now. The seed was planted. It would be up to the people who lived there to make it grow. As he packed his bag to move on, his phone buzzed. It was a brief, automated alert from a monitoring service he used, tracking corporate filings. Omnicorp had just announced the sudden, mutually agreed departure of its CEO. The official statement praised his legacy. The financial news channels were spinning it as a move toward new leadership and transparency. Ahmed knew better. It was a sacrifice. They were throwing their captain overboard to save the ship. He wasn't fooled. The ship was still afloat, and it was still leaking poison. He started the truck and pulled out onto the dark road. The headlights cut a weak path through the night, illuminating the dashed yellow line that seemed to go on forever. He followed it, a lone driver moving from one silent town to the next, a witness to a quiet war, forever on the road to the next source of the sickness. Story 3. The stone was cold and porous under his fingertips, a dry sponge that had soaked up centuries of whispered prayers and silent screams. Demetrius traced the carved groove, a line that curved into a spiral, then fractured into 3 distinct branches. It was not part of the official Vatican restoration. It was new, or at least newly revealed, a scar on the cheek of the ancient basilica. The air in the grotto was thick, smelling of damp earth and the faint, cloying sweetness of decaying funeral lilies. He pulled his hand back, the ghost of the symbol itching on his skin. It was an invitation or a warning, he could not yet tell which. The call had come in the dead hours of the night, a voice on the phone like gravel shifting in a cup. It was a man named Morty from Vatican Security. There was a matter, he said, of a sensitive nature, a matter of symbols. They needed a man who could read the language of the stones, a man who understood that faith and power had always been written in code. Demetrius, a professor of symbology whose own faith had eroded to dust long ago, was that man. He arrived in Rome under a sky the color of a day-old bruise, the rain just beginning to fall in a fine, persistent mist that clung to his wool coat and beaded on the stone saints lining the piazza. He was taken to a chamber deep within the apostolic palace, a room that felt more like a tomb than an office. The walls were lined with leather-bound books that gave off a scent of old glue and vanishment. There he met Lisette. She stood by the single window, a silhouette against the leaden light. She was not what he expected. Her hair was a practical, dark bob, her clothes severe and functional. She held herself with the rigid posture of someone accustomed to being the smartest person in a room full of men who would never admit it. They showed him the photographs first. Blurred, grainy images taken from security cameras near laboratories in Switzerland and Germany. Men in dark clothing, their faces obscured, moving equipment. Then a clearer picture taken by a traffic camera on the outskirts of Rome, a van. On its side door, hastily painted over but still visible to a trained eye, was the same triple-branched spiral he had felt in the grotto. The order of the unspoken name, Lisette said, her voice cool and precise, a scalpel of sound, a heresy from the 4th century thought to have been eradicated. They believed the true name of God was not a word to be spoken, but a frequency to be unlocked, a vibration that could unmake creation. They were myth, ghost stories for paranoid theologians. They are not ghosts, Morty said, his face a mask of grim exhaustion. They have stolen something. A resonator, a device my team was developing for subatomic imaging. It uses targeted sonic frequencies to map the internal structure of matter at a quantum level. In the wrong hands, with its power amplified. He did not finish the sentence. He did not need to. Demetrius looked from the security chief's haunted eyes to the scientist's rigid back. He understood. The order did not want to speak the name of God. They wanted to scream it. They wanted to use this stolen science, this blasphemous technology, to channel that scream through the very heart of the church. In Rome, this city built on symbols was their amplifier. Its sacred sites, its ley lines of faith, were the circuit board. Their investigation was a descent into a labyrinth where the walls were made of history, and the Minotaur was a man named Darius. He was a name at first, a signature on forgotten ecclesiastical documents, a shadow in the financial records of shell companies that traced back to ancient, crumbling palazzos. He was a ghost who left a trail of symbols in his wake. They found the spiral carved into the base of the obelisk in Piazza Navona, scratched into the pew of a tiny, forgotten church in Trastevere, drawn in the condensation on the window of a cafe overlooking the Pantheon. Lisette's world was one of numbers and equations, of resonant frequencies and quantum states. She calculated the potential energy output, the focal points, her fingers flying across the screen of her tablet, her brow furrowed in concentration. The sheer power is theoretical, she murmured one night, their heads closed together over a map of the city spread on a table in a back room of the Vatican archives. But if they can focus it, if they use the structural harmonics of a large, resonant space, the basilica itself. Demetrius' world was one of meaning. He pored over texts, his fingers black with the dust of disintegrating parchment. The unspoken name believed the holiest sites were not those of miracles, but of resonance, places where the veil between the material and the divine was thinnest. They were not trying to destroy a building. They were trying to tear a hole in reality itself, to let the voice of God pour through and scour the earth clean of the imperfect faith it saw festering within the church. They were an unlikely pair, the scholar of dead religions and the priestess of hard science, bound together by a conspiracy that married both their fields into a single, terrifying weapon. He found himself watching her, the intense focus in her eyes, the way she would bite her lip when a calculation refused to resolve. She was a closed system, and he felt an unscientific urge to find the key. The Camerlengo Mario was their reluctant patron. A man with the weary eyes of a bureaucrat and the soul of a poet, he was caught between his devotion to the ailing pope and his own quiet ambition. He provided them access, smoothed their path, but Demetrius sensed a deep conflict in him. He believed in the threat, but he also believed in the church as an institution, a fortress that had weathered storms for 2 millennia. He saw their hunt as a necessary but distasteful bit of housekeeping. "We are chasing phantoms, Professor," Mario said to him once, standing on a loggia overlooking the gardens. "The church is a body. It gets infections. We lance the boil, we say a prayer, we move on." "This is not a boil," Demetrius replied, his voice low. "This is a cancer, and it believes it is the cure." The trail led them to a crypt beneath a deconsecrated church on the Aventine Hill. The air was frigid, smelling of stone and something else, something metallic and sharp, like ozone after a lightning strike. In the center of the crypt, the floor had been cleared, and there, drawn in a mixture of ash and what Demetrius feared was blood, was a massive, intricate version of the triple spiral. At its heart lay a dead man, one of the laboratory scientists, his face frozen in a rictus of terror, his ears leaking a dark, viscous fluid. The sound, Demetrius thought, it killed him. A test. Lysette knelt, her scientific detachment crumbling for a moment. She touched the man's lab coat, her fingers coming away clean. "They are tuning the device. They used him to calibrate it." Her voice was a whisper in the crushing silence. Time was a fluid that was rapidly solidifying around them. The conclave was to begin in 2 days. The world's cardinals would be sealed within the Sistine Chapel, a single, concentrated heart of ecclesiastical power, the perfect target, the ultimate resonant chamber. Their breakthrough came from a fragment of a 16th century letter Demetrius found, a coded reference to the true center of the unspoken name-'s belief. It was not the basilica, it was the cave beneath it, the scavi, the ancient necropolis upon which the entire Vatican was built, the original point of resonance. The final confrontation did not happen in a blaze of gunfire, but in a profound and terrifying silence. They descended into the scavi, a city of the dead beneath the city of God. The narrow passages were lined with pagan and early Christian tombs, the air thick with the weight of millennia. The silence was a physical presence, a pressure on the eardrums. They found them in a small, circular mausoleum. Darius stood before a stone sarcophagus upon which rested the resonator. It was a deceptively simple array of metallic rings and crystalline nodes, humming with a low, subaudible thrum that vibrated in the teeth and the bones. He was a tall man, gaunt, with eyes that held a frightening, absolute calm. He did not look like a fanatic. He looked like a scholar, a mirror of Demetrius himself. "You are too late," Darius said, his voice echoing softly in the confined space. "The name will be spoken. The imperfect church, this edifice of compromise and politics, will be unmade. It must be. Faith must be pure. It must be a perfect note." "This is not faith," Demetrius said, stepping forward. His own voice sounded small against the humming machine. "This is arrogance. You are using a tool you do not understand to enact a fantasy." I understand the equation, Lysette said, her eyes fixed on the device. The energy feedback will be catastrophic. It will not unmake the church. It will unmake everything in a 5-kilometer radius. You will be the first to die. A necessary sacrifice, Darius replied, his hand hovering over a control. A return to the silence from which the word first sprang. There was a blur of movement from the shadows. Mario, the Camerlengo, emerged, a small, elegant pistol in his hand. His face was a battlefield of conflicting emotions. I cannot allow this, Darius. This is not purification. This is madness. Darius smiled, a thin, cold gesture. You, Mario, you who dream of the throne, you would preserve this rotting institution for your own ambition. The gun shook in Mario's hand. It is still the body of Christ. The struggle was swift and brutal. It was not a fight, but a collision of desperate men. A shot rang out, shockingly loud in the stone room. Mario fell, a dark flower blooming on his white cassock. Darius turned back to the machine, his purpose unwavering. Demetrius did not charge him. He looked at Lysette, and in that moment their two worlds fused into a single, desperate act. He shouted a sequence of numbers, a frequency he had seen in her notes, a harmonic cancellation wave. She lunged for the machine, her fingers dancing across the interface, inputting the counter frequency as Darius reached for her. The sound that erupted was not the scream of God, it was a shatter, a disharmony so profound it felt like the universe tearing at its seams. The crystalline nodes of the resonator exploded into a million glittering shards. The metallic rings warped and shrieked. Darius was thrown back against the sarcophagus, his body convulsing. And then silence, a true silence, deeper than before, broken only by the soft patter of falling stone dust. In the days that followed, the official story was one of a contained electrical fire in the archives. The conclave proceeded. A new pope was elected. Mario was buried with quiet honors, a tragic victim of a random act of violence in the city. The world moved on. Demetrius and Lysette stood on a terrace as the sun set over Rome, washing the city in a blood-orange light. They were bound together now by a secret that would forever separate them from the rest of the world. They had looked into the abyss where faith and science met and became annihilation, and they had stepped back. We stopped the sound, Lysette said, her voice tired, but the silence it left behind, I do not know what to do with this silence. Demetrius did not answer. He was thinking of the symbol, the triple spiral. It did not mean what Darius thought it meant. In the oldest texts, it was not a name to be spoken. It was a warning, a symbol of a cycle that could not be broken, only repeated. A promise that the silence would never last. Weeks later, clearing out his temporary office in the Vatican, he found it, tucked inside a book on Etruscan burial rites, a book he was certain he had never opened. It was a single sheet of vellum, old but not ancient, and on it, drawn in a faint brown ink that looked suspiciously like blood, was the triple spiral, and beneath it, a single, meticulously typed line on a modern piece of paper. The name is still unspoken. He left the library, the vellum folded in his pocket, a cold weight against his thigh. Out in the piazza, the crowds milled about, laughing, taking photographs, oblivious. The sun was bright on the white marble of the basilica. A priest walked by, his robes whispering against the stones, and caught in the rough, porous texture of the ancient cobblestone at his feet, almost invisible, was a single, glinting shard of crystal from the shattered machine. He knelt, pretending to tie his shoe, his fingers closing around the sliver of crystal. It was cool and sharp, humming with a residual energy that was more memory than physical sensation, a ghost of the shattering dissonance that had filled the mausoleum. He slipped it into his pocket next to the vellum, the two objects feeling like opposing poles of a dangerous battery. Lysette was waiting for him at a cafe a few streets away, far from the Vatican's shadow. She had a cup of coffee in front of her, untouched, her gaze distant. She looked up as he approached, and her eyes asked the question her lips did not. He sat, the wicker chair creaking under his weight. He didn't speak, simply placed the folded vellum on the small table between them. She unfolded it, her eyes scanning the symbol and then the typed line below. Her face, usually a mask of analytical calm, paled. She reached out and her fingers brushed against the pocket of his coat where the crystal shard lay. "It's not over," she whispered. The words were not a question. "It was never about one man or one machine," Demetrius said, his voice low. "Darius was an instrument, a single note. The order is the symphony, and the conductor is still out there." He paid for the coffee she never drank, and they walked, aimlessly at first, then with a shared, unspoken purpose, moving away from the main thoroughfares into the narrower, quieter streets where the sunlight struggled to reach the damp cobbles. The presence of the crystal was a constant, low-level itch in his perception, a compass needle pointing toward something he could not yet see. The resonator was destroyed, Lysette said, her logic fighting a rearguard action against the creeping evidence. The design was theoretical. The components were unique. They can just build another one. "They don't need to," Demetrius replied, his eyes tracing the lines of a gargoyle on a rain gutter. Darius was a purist. He wanted to use science to enact a religious ideal. But what if the next one is a pragmatist? What if they just need the concept? The principle of resonance is older than any machine. The Vatican is still the amplifier. The scabby is still the focal point. They found themselves in a small, dusty piazza dominated by a fountain that had long since run dry. A stray cat watched them from its stone rim. The feeling was intensifying, a pressure building behind Demetrius' eyes. He took the crystal shard from his pocket. It felt warmer now, almost alive. Lysette watched him, her scientist's mind grappling with the impossible. It's acting as a tracer, picking up a residual energy signature from another source. Demetrius closed his hand around the shard and turned slowly, like a dowser seeking water. As he faced the northern edge of the piazza, the hum in his palm spiked into a sharp, painful vibration. He opened his eyes. There was nothing there but a blank, featureless wall of travertine, part of the foundation of a much larger building that loomed over the square. "There," he said. It was a door so seamlessly fitted into the stone that it was invisible until you were a foot away. There was no handle, no keyhole, only a small, circular indentation at its center. Without a word, Lysette rummaged in her bag and produced a compact laser measuring device. She passed it over the door's surface. "The density is wrong," she murmured. "It's not solid stone. It's a composite. There's a hollow space behind it, a large one." Demetrius looked at the indentation. He looked at the crystal shard in his hand. The shape was a perfect match. This was not an invitation. It was a test. A challenge left specifically for someone who had survived the first confrontation, for someone who had picked up the pieces. He looked at Lysette. Her jaw was set, her eyes held a grim resolve. They had walked away once into an uneasy peace. This time there would be no walking away. He pressed the crystal shard into the indentation. It clicked into place with a sound of finality. For a moment nothing happened. Then, with a deep, grinding rumble that seemed to come from the bones of the city itself, the door began to slide sideways into the wall, revealing not a dark passage, but a space flooded with a cold, electric blue light. The air that washed out was sterile and odorless, carrying a faint, high-pitched whine that was felt more than heard. They stepped across the threshold together into the silence before the next note. The room was a stark, brutalist contradiction to the ancient city that surrounded it. The walls, floor, and ceiling were seamless polished steel, reflecting the cold blue light from strips embedded in the corners. It was a laboratory, but unlike any Lysette had ever seen. There were no cluttered workbenches, no scattered papers. In the center of the room stood a new resonator. It was smaller, more refined than the one in the scabby, its metallic rings a dull bronze, its crystalline nodes a deep, smoky quartz. It was silent, dormant, but the air around it throbbed with latent power. A man stood beside it, his back to them. He was dressed not in robes, but in a simple, dark suit. He turned slowly, and Demetrius felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. It was Cardinal Verrelli, the Vatican's head of archival preservation, a man he had spoken with just days before about Etruscan symbolism. His face, usually creased with a benign, scholarly smile, was smooth and serene. "Professor," Verrelli said, his voice echoing faintly in the sterile space. "Dr. Bisset, I had hoped you would come, though I confess I expected you sooner." Verrelli, Demetrius breathed. You were helping us." "I was guiding you," the cardinal corrected gently. "You and Darius were two sides of the same coin. He was the faith, pure and untempered. You are the intellect, the seeker of truth. Both were necessary to test the weapon. His failure was instructive. It revealed a lack of subtlety. The name is not a scream. It is a whisper that unravels." Lysette was already moving, her eyes scanning the room, analyzing the machine. "This design is generations ahead of what Morty's team built. The power source is different. It is not electrical." "Perceptive," Verrelli said, his eyes gleaming with a quiet avarice for knowledge. "It draws on the telluric currents, the very energy of the earth upon which Rome is built, a more organic source." Darius was a useful fanatic, but his understanding was limited. He saw the church as a corrupt institution to be destroyed. I see it as a library to be edited, a history to be rewritten. Demetrius understood then. This was not about the end of the world, it was about control. "The conclave," he said, "you are not targeting the Sistine Chapel, you are targeting the cardinals themselves." "The resonance properly modulated does not destroy matter," Verrelli explained, as if lecturing a promising student. "It alters the subtle electrical patterns of the brain. It can instill suggestion, a profound sense of conviction. When the white smoke rises, the new pope will be a man of my choosing, and the College of Cardinals will be utterly convinced it was their own divinely inspired decision. The unspoken name will not destroy the church, it will become the church. We will whisper, and the world will listen." "You can control it," Lysette said, her voice tight. "The neural patterns are too complex, too individual. You'll turn them into vegetables, or worse." "A risk," Verrelli conceded with a small shrug, "but faith has always required sacrifice." He moved his hand toward a small, crystalline control panel on the side of the resonator. Demetrius lunged, not for Verrelli, but for the machine. He had no plan, only a visceral need to disrupt, to break the perfect, horrifying order of the Cardinal-esque design. His shoulder connected with the cool metal of the resonator's base, and a shock of energy, cold and sharp, jolted up his arm. Verrelli cried out, not in anger, but in the pained fury of a curator seeing a priceless artifact defaced. He grabbed Demetrius by the collar, his strength surprising. They fell against the machine in a tangle of limbs. Lysette saw her chance. While the two men struggled, she darted to the control panel. It was unlike any interface she had ever seen, a labyrinth of light and crystal. There was no keyboard, no screen. It responded to thought, to intention. She closed her eyes, blocking out the grunts and scuffles behind her, and focused on the one thing she understood completely, the mathematics of silence. She visualized the cancellation wave, the destructive interference pattern that had shattered the first resonator. She poured the entire sequence into her mind, a silent scream of numbers and symbols. The machine reacted, the deep thrum that filled the room wavered. The blue light flickered, strobing across the steel walls. Verrelli, pinning Demetrius against the resonator, looked up, his face a mask of fury and disbelief. "What are you doing?" The resonator began to emit a new sound, a low, dissonant moan that seemed to suck the air from the room. It was the sound of structure failing, of perfect order collapsing into chaos. Verrelli released Demetrius, scrambling for the controls, but it was too late. The moan built into a shriek that resonated not in the ears, but in the mind. Demetrius clapped his hands over his head, his vision blurring as the psychic feedback tore at his consciousness. He saw Verrelli stumble back, his eyes wide with a terror that was not his own. The cardinal was not hearing the sound. He was feeling the echo of his own plan, the scrambled thoughts, the shattered wills, the chaos he had intended for others reflected back at him 1,000-fold. He fell to his knees, a wordless, guttural sound escaping his lips. With a final, psychic snap, the resonator went dark. The crystalline nodes turned opaque and dead. The silence that returned was absolute, broken only by the ragged sound of their breathing. Varelli was curled on the floor, weeping softly. The weapon was gone, but its target had been hit. The architect of the new faith had been the first victim of its failure. Demetrius got to his feet, his body aching. Lysette was leaning against the dead machine, her face pale and exhausted. She looked at him, and in her eyes he saw no victory, only a deep, weary horror at the depths of what they had faced, and the chilling certainty that the silence, once again, was only temporary. They did not wait for any alarm to sound. They left Varelli there, a broken man in a dead room, and slipped back out into the Roman afternoon. The door slid shut behind them, the seam vanishing into the stone as if it had never been. Demetrius pried the crystal shard from the indentation, its light now extinguished, and pocketed it once more. It was just a piece of rock now. They walked for a long time without speaking, the normal sounds of the city feeling like a fragile illusion. The laughter from an open cafe door, the scooter roaring past, the chatter of tourists, it all seemed impossibly loud and desperately thin, a film over an abyss. He was right about one thing, Lysette said finally, her voice hoarse. We were guided, the vellum, the crystal shard. It was all too convenient. It was a test for us too, to see if we were a threat that needed to be eliminated or assets that could be turned. Demetrius finished. He thought of the triple spiral, the cycle, a test that repeats, refining its subjects, weeding out the weak, strengthening the clever. They had passed this round. What would the next one demand of them? They reached the Tiber. The muddy water flowed slowly, carrying the reflected lights of the city. Demetrius took the crystal shard from his pocket. He held it for a moment, feeling its inert weight, a tombstone for two different kinds of madness. Then he drew back his arm and threw it. It spun, a brief, dark flicker against the sunset, before vanishing into the water with a soft plop. That one T stopped them, Lysette said, though she made no move to stop him. I know, he replied, but it stops me from looking at it. He turned to her, the wind off the river tugged at her hair. She looked more real to him than the ancient stones of the city, more solid than any faith or theory. They were bound by this secret, a secret that was itself a living, evolving thing. It was no longer just about what had happened in the Scavy. It was about Varelli's lab and the certainty that there were other labs, other resonators, other conductors waiting in the shadows. They will try again, he said. The idea is out there. It is a meme, a virus. It one T die with one man or two. Lysette nodded, her scientific mind already accepting the premise. The principle is sound. The math is elegant. It will attract others, not just fanatics, corporations, governments, anyone who understands the power of a whisper that can rewrite a human mind. Then we have to be ready, Demetrius said. The words felt inadequate, but they were the only ones he had. He was a historian, a man who dealt with the dead past. She was a physicist who dealt with the predictable laws of the universe. Together they had become something else, archivists of a forbidden knowledge, sentinels against a silence that was not peace, but a prelude to a terrible, controlling sound. He offered her his arm. It was a quaint, old-fashioned gesture. After a moment's hesitation, she took it, her grip firm. They turned their backs on the river and began to walk, not toward any destination, but simply into the future, two people carrying the weight of a name that must never be spoken, listening for the first, faint notes of the next movement in a symphony they never asked to join. The city around them was a palimpsest, layer upon layer of history, and they had just become part of its deepest, most hidden text. The first sign came not from Rome, but from a digital ghost. Lysette's personal server, a secure machine in a Zurich data vault she used for theoretical modeling, sent an automated alert. A file had been accessed, not copied, not altered, but simply opened. The file's name was a long, complex string of numbers, a cryptographic key she had generated only once on the flight back from Rome to encrypt her raw field notes on the resonator's failure wave. She showed Demetrius the alert on her phone, her finger tracing the timestamp. It happened 12 hours ago. The access point was routed through a server in Reykjavik, but the origin was masked. They didn't take anything. They just looked. They were verifying their data, Demetrius said, the historian in him seeing the pattern. Varelli's experiment failed. They were conducting a post-mortem. They have his notes, his designs. Now they were comparing them to ours, to your math. They were in a small apartment she had rented under a false name in a nondescript neighborhood of Geneva. The walls were bare, the furniture minimal. It felt less like a home and more like a bunker. They know we ray a variable, Lysette said, closing the laptop with a definitive snap, an unpredictable one. We didn't just break their machine, we broke their paradigm. Varelli believed the resonance was a tool for imposition. We proved it could be used for cancellation. That might be more dangerous to them than any opposition. Demetrius walked to the window, looking down at the quiet street. A man was walking a dog. A woman carried groceries, normal life continuing its placid course. He wondered how many other cells like Varelli's were nestled in the blind spots of such normality. The order was not a monolith. It was a pattern of thought, a self-replicating idea that found its hosts in the ambitious, the disillusioned, the power-hungry. It didn't need a central command. It only needed the blueprint and the right conditions to grow. They try to recruit us, he said, the realization dawning with a cold clarity. Or they try to eliminate the contradiction we represent. There is no middle ground in a war of ideas. The knock on the door was soft, polite. It was not the sound of a threat. It was the sound of an invitation. They froze, looking at each other. Lysette's hand went to a heavy book on the coffee table, a potential blunt instrument. Demetrius moved to the door and looked through the peephole. A young woman stood in the hall, dressed in the crisp, dark uniform of an international courier. She held a flat, rectangular package. Demetrius opened the door a crack. Yes. Package for Dr. Bissett, the woman said, her smile professional and empty. She held out a digital pad for a signature. Lysette, watching from behind Demetrius, gave a sharp, almost imperceptible shake of her head. I am not expecting anything, Demetrius said. It is from the benefactor, the courier replied, her smile not wavering. The use of the word was deliberate, a code. She placed the package on the floor just inside the door. No signature required. Have a pleasant day. She turned and walked away, her footsteps echoing in the stairwell. Demetrius closed and locked the door. The package was about the size of a large book wrapped in plain brown paper. There was no postage, no address, only Lysette's name written in a precise, elegant script. Using a knife from the kitchen, Lysette carefully slit the tape. Inside was a book. It was an old, leather-bound edition of Thomas Aquinas' Summa Theologica. It looked authentic, valuable. She opened the cover. The pages were densely printed in Latin. She flipped through them, her physicist's eyes scanning for anomalies. Then she found it. A single page near the center was not paper. It was a sheet of modern, high-resolution photographic film, sandwiched and glued into the binding. Holding it up to the light, the image was clear. It was a satellite photograph of a remote, mountainous region. The coordinates were etched in the margin, and in the center of the photograph, carved into the top of a barren peak, was a vast, geometric design. It was not the triple spiral. It was a new symbol, a complex lattice of intersecting lines that resembled a neural network or a celestial map. But at its heart, serving as the central node, was a familiar, triple-armed shape. Beneath the photograph, in the same elegant script, was a message. The instrument requires a new architect. The amplifier requires a new voice. The silence is a canvas. Will you help paint the next world? Demetrius looked from the photograph to Lysette's ashen face. This was not a threat, it was a job offer. The order had not been crippled by Varelli's failure. It had evolved. They were no longer hiding in secret rooms under Rome. They were building in plain sight on a scale that was difficult to comprehend. And they wanted the two people who had proven they understood the technology's true potential, both for creation and for destruction. The war was not coming, it was already here. And the first battle was for their souls. Lysette let the book fall to the table. The thud was dull and final. She walked to the sink and poured a glass of water, her hand trembling so slightly that only Demetrius would have noticed. She drank it all in one long, slow swallow. They don't just have the math, she said, her back to him. They have a vision, a bigger one. Varelli wanted to control a church. These people they were talking about a new world. Demetrius picked up the book, feeling the weight of the old leather and the modern film. An amplifier, he repeated. They were not just building another resonator. They were building something that can project the resonance, not to a single room or a single city, but to a hemisphere. Lysette finished, turning around. Her eyes were no longer weary with horror, but alight with a cold, focused fury. They were not offering us a place at their table, Demetrius. They were offering us a brush so we can help them paint over reality. They think because we understand the mechanism, we share their ambition. Do we have a choice? Demetrius asked, the question hanging in the sterile air of the safe house. We can refuse and they will kill us, or we can pretend to accept and walk into the heart of their operation. There is a third option, Lysette said. She came closer, tapping a finger on the satellite photo. We go, but not as architects or voices. We go as a flaw in the system, a canceling wave built into their own design. The audacity of it left him breathless. It was a suicide mission, to infiltrate the very core of this new project, to learn its workings, and to sabotage it from within, all under the watchful eyes of people who had already proven themselves to be brilliant, ruthless, and paranoid. They'll be watching us every second, he said. They'll test our loyalty. They might even use their own resonance on us to ensure compliance. I know, Lysette replied, which is why we need to prepare. We need a countermeasure, a psychological anchor, something the resonance cannot easily overwrite. He knew what she was suggesting. They would have to build a shared memory, a conviction so powerful and deeply buried that it could serve as a hidden bedrock beneath whatever programming the order might attempt to impose. They would have to fortify their own minds. How? Demetrius asked. Lysette looked at him, and for the first time since the lab under Rome, he saw a flicker of something other than dread or determination. It was vulnerability. We talk, she said simply. We find the things that matter more than the silence, and we make them real. Outside, the ordinary sounds of Geneva continued, but inside the room, a new pact was being forged, not in blood, but in the fragile, defiant substance of memory and will. They had a location, they had an invitation. The next note in the symphony was about to be played, and they would have to sing along, all while holding the true, silent melody inside. They began that night. It felt absurd at first, like children sharing secrets in the dark, but the gravity of their situation stripped away any self-consciousness. Demetrius spoke of his mother, a woman who had sung old, wordless lullabies from a culture she couldn't even name, a melody that had been lost to everyone but him. He hummed it low and soft, and Lysette listened, her eyes closed, committing the irregular, mournful notes to memory. In turn, she described the precise moment she had fallen in love with physics, not as a set of rules, but as a language. She was 12, watching the shimmer of heat off a car hood, understanding for the first time that the wavering air was not an illusion, but a precise conversation between energy and matter. It was a private epiphany she had never shared with anyone. They traded these fragments of themselves, the taste of a specific spice from a childhood market, the crushing shame of a forgotten birthday, the visceral thrill of a first kiss. They were building a cache of self, a hidden identity they could retreat to if their minds were invaded. The process was exhausting and intimate, a forced blooming of trust in a landscape of paranoia. A week later, a second courier arrived. This time, the package contained 2 first-class tickets to Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, and 2 forged diplomatic passports identifying them as cultural attach as there was no book, no photograph, only a single line of text on a plain card. The mountain air is thin, acclimatize. They spent the long flight in a state of heightened awareness, watching their fellow passengers, the flight attendants, anyone who might be a watcher. Every glance felt loaded. Every neutral face could be a mask. They landed in the vast, windswept capital and were met not by a courier, but by a silent driver in a rugged, windowless vehicle. The city fell away quickly, replaced by an endless, rolling steppe that felt like the surface of another planet. The journey took 2 days, the roads deteriorating into dirt tracks that snaked through valleys and over high passes. The driver never spoke, only pointing to a stash of food and water when they needed it. Demetrius felt the history in the land, the echo of empires that had risen and fallen in this immense silence. It was the perfect place to build a god or to unmake one. On the evening of the second day, they saw it, the mountain. It was exactly as it appeared in the photograph, a stark granite fist punching into the sky, and at its summit, gleaming in the last of the sun, was the structure. It was not hidden, it was a declaration. Vast, metallic, and terrifyingly elegant, it was less a building and more a piece of colossal circuitry grown from the rock. The latticework of the symbol was embodied in its architecture, a sprawling network of arches and conduits that converged on a central spire. The vehicle came to a stop at a guarded gate at the base of the mountain. A woman awaited them. She was tall, with severe, elegant features and hair the color of polished silver. She wore practical, high-altitude gear, but it was tailored and immaculate. "Dr. Bisset, Mr. Demetrius," she said, her voice as cool and clear as the mountain air. "I am Alara. I oversee the practical realization of the vision. We are so pleased you accepted our invitation." Her eyes scanned them, and Demetrius had the unnerving sensation that she was not just looking at their faces, but taking a measure of their psychic weight, their potential resonance. "The vision of a silent world?" Lysette asked, her tone carefully neutral. Ilara's smile was a thin, precise line, a harmonious world, a world without the dissonance of conflicting wills, a single beautiful thought, come. The amplifier awaits its architects. She led them into an elevator concealed within the mountain itself. The descent was swift and silent. When the doors opened, they stepped out into a cavern so vast it dwarfed Vareli's lab. The entire mountain was hollowed out. In the center stood the amplifier. It was a cathedral of sound. A forest of crystalline pillars, each one pulsing with a soft internal light, rose from a floor of polished black stone. The air hummed with a low, foundational note that Demetrius felt in his teeth. It was the same fundamental resonance as the smaller machine, but magnified to an almost geological power. Workers, tiny as ants against the scale of the machine, moved along gantries and platforms. Vareli was a gifted tinkerer, Alara said, leading them along a catwalk that offered a dizzying view of the chamber. But his scope was limited. He thought in terms of influence. We think in terms of evolution. This instrument will not merely suggest a thought. It will tune the consciousness of an entire species to a new frequency. It will be the next step for humanity. She stopped and turned to them. Your work on the canceling wave was a revelation. It demonstrated a profound understanding of the resonance-s dual nature. Destruction and creation are 2 sides of the same coin. To build a stable new reality, one must first be able to deconstruct the old, unstable one. You will not be mere architects. You will be the physicians of a sick world and the midwives of the new. She was good, Demetrius thought. Her words were a silken trap, appealing to the intellect, to the desire for order, to the sheer, terrifying ambition that lurks in every brilliant mind. He felt the pull of it, the seductive simplicity of a world without conflict. He glanced at Lysette. Her face was a mask of professional curiosity, but her knuckles were white where she gripped the railing. He knew she was fighting the same pull. They were standing at the epicenter of the very apocalypse they had sworn to stop, and they were being asked to help build it. Alara gestured to a bank of interfaces below, where light danced in complex, flowing patterns. The initial calibration sequence begins in 12 hours. Your insights would be invaluable. Will you lend us your voices? It was the moment of choice. To refuse was to die. To agree was to damn the world. But there was a third path, the one they had forged in the Geneva safe house. They had to say yes. They had to walk deeper into the machine. Lysette turned from the magnificent, horrifying vista and looked Alara directly in the eye. "Show us the schematics," she said, her voice steady, betraying none of the turmoil Demetrius knew was raging inside her. "We'll find the flaws UV missed." It was the right answer. Alara's smile widened, becoming almost genuine. She saw not defiance, but a shared hunger for perfection. She saw fellow conductors. As they were led down to the control level, Demetrius reached into his pocket, his fingers finding the small, smooth stone he had picked up from the riverbank in Geneva. It was his anchor, a tactile piece of the old, chaotic, beautiful world. He pressed it into his palm, the pain a sharp, focusing counterpoint to the amplifier's hum. The symphony was building to its crescendo, and they were now on stage, instruments in hand, preparing to play a discordant note that only they could hear. The schematics were not on paper, but flowed across massive, curved screens in the control center, a river of light and mathematics. Lysette stood before them, her posture rigid with concentration. Demetrius watched her, and he watched Alara watching her. He saw the moment Lysette's eyes found it not a flaw in the traditional sense, but an opportunity. A harmonic fork in the resonance pathway, a point where the focused wave could be subtly split and turned back on itself. "The phase alignment here is too perfect," Lysette said, her voice clinical, pointing to a cascading equation. "It creates a standing wave vulnerability, a backscatter effect. Under full power, it could cause a catastrophic feedback loop, like an echo that grows louder with each repetition until it shatters the source." Alara moved closer, her eyes narrowing at the screen. "We calculated that risk. The dampeners are designed to handle the recoil." "Your dampeners are calibrated for an external force," Lysette countered, her fingers flying across a secondary keyboard, calling up new simulations. "Not for a fracture that originates within the waveform itself. It's a theoretical weakness, but it's there. My original notes on destructive interference predicted this exact phenomenon." It was a masterstroke. She was not criticizing their work. She was proving her own value by using her unique research to identify a problem only she could see. She was weaving their trap from the very fabric of the Order's new paradigm. Alara studied the new data visualizations, a slow nod of acknowledgement. "Correct it," she said, her tone leaving no room for discussion. "You have 10 hours. When Alara left them to oversee another sector, the silence in their corner of the control room was thick with unspoken words. Demetrius leaned over a terminal, pretending to analyze structural load bearings. "Can you do it?" he murmured, his voice barely audible over the hum of the machinery and the low chatter of the other technicians. "Can you build a canceling wave into the core programming?" "I already have," Lysette whispered back, her eyes never leaving the screen. "The correction is the weapon. I am just hiding the trigger." She explained it in low, hurried terms. The calibration sequence required a final manual authorization, a dual key system. Once they input their codes, the amplifier would initiate. But her correction had introduced a latent command, a silent frequency buried in the startup noise. It would activate only if a specific secondary resonance was detected, the resonance of the human brain under intense, focused suggestion, the very weapon the Order intended to use. They were turning the amplifier into a snake that would bite its own head. "It's a gamble," Demetrius said, "if they detect the subroutine." "Then we die sooner rather than later," Lysette finished. She finally looked at him, and the fear was there, but it was eclipsed by a profound resolve. "It's the only move we have. The hours bled away. The atmosphere in the cavern became charged with a zealous anticipation. These were not mere employees, they were acolytes, believing they were minutes from rewriting human destiny. Demetrius felt the collective will of the place pressing in on him, a psychic weight as tangible as the mountain above them. The final moment arrived. Ilara stood at the central dais, her hand resting on the main console. All eyes were on Lysette and Demetrius. "The keys," Ilara said. Lysette input a long string of numbers. Demetrius did the same at his station. For a terrifying second, nothing happened. Then a deep, resonant tone began to build, so low it was felt more than heard. The crystalline pillars glowed brighter, the light within them swirling into complex, beautiful patterns. The hum escalated into a chord that seemed to vibrate through the very atoms of the air. On the main screen, a wavefront visualization spread out from their mountain, a ripple of pure order expanding across the globe. Ilara watched it, her face transfixed with a terrifying rapture. And then Demetrius saw it, a flicker on a biometrics monitor focused on Ilara. Her brainwave patterns, amplified by the very energy she was projecting, began to feed back into the system. It was the trigger. A new sound emerged, not a chord but a dissonance, a screeching, atonal counterpoint that clawed at the ears. The beautiful light in the pillars flickered, stuttered, and then flared a sickly, violent green. The wavefront on the global map shuddered and began to collapse inward. Ilara spun around, her rapture shattered into confusion and then dawning, furious comprehension. She looked directly at Lysette. "You," she breathed. Alarms blared, the ground trembled. The amplifier was not projecting silence. It was consuming itself, the carefully constructed resonance turning into chaotic, self-annihilating noise. The great machine was screaming. Now Lysette yelled over the din, grabbing Demetrius' arm. They ran, not towards an exit, but deeper into the chaos, into the panicked crowd of technicians, towards the service tunnels Lysette had memorized from the schematics. The last thing Demetrius saw was Ilara, standing on the dais as the machine tore itself apart around her, her silver hair lit by the frenzied, dying light, her face not angry but profoundly, tragically disappointed. The beautiful thought had been rejected by the universe, and the silence that followed was not the one she had wanted. It was the ringing, empty silence of ruin. The service tunnel was a stark, concrete throat swallowing them whole. The roar of the self-destructing amplifier faded behind them, replaced by the frantic echo of their own footsteps and the shriek of buckling metal from the cavern. Red emergency lights strobed, casting their fleeing shadows in jagged, panicked repetitions against the damp walls. They had a map in their minds, a ghost of the schematics Lysette had studied so intently. Left, then right, then a long, downward-sloping corridor that led to a secondary geothermal vent shaft. It was not an escape route, but a maintenance access. It was their only chance. A blast of superheated air hit them as they shoved open a heavy door, the smell of ozone and scorched stone thick in their lungs. The vent shaft was a narrow, metal-lined cylinder, with a ladder bolted to one side, descending into a dizzying darkness. From the depths, a deep, resonant groaning echoed upwards, as if the mountain itself were in pain. "They have the main exit sealed," Lysette gasped, already swinging herself onto the ladder. "This comes out near the old vehicle depot, if we can get there." She didn't finish, she didn't need to. The if hung between them, as vast and dark as the shaft. Demetrius followed, the rungs cold and vibrating under his hands. The descent was a plunge into sensory deprivation. The strobing lights vanished, leaving only the faint, hellish glow from far above and the increasing heat from below. The chaotic noise from the amplifier was now a dull, pervasive thunder, a headache pressing in from all sides. He focused on the memory of his mother's lullaby, humming the broken melody in his mind, using it as a metronome for his climbing. He thought of Lysette's story about the heat shimmer, a moment of pure understanding that had nothing to do with control and everything to do with wonder. These were the anchors they had built, They felt flimsy now, against the crushing reality of the mountain. After an eternity, his boot hit solid ground. They were in a narrow service corridor, pipes hissing overhead. Lysette was already moving, her hand tracing the wall. "This way," she whispered. They emerged into a cavern smaller than the main one, housing a fleet of the same windowless vehicles that had brought them. The bay was chaotic, filled with the shouts of guards and the roar of engines starting. The order was in full retreat, its grand design replaced by a frantic scramble for survival. There, Demetrius pointed to a vehicle near the edge of the bay, its rear door still open as a technician frantically threw crates inside. It was their best hope. They moved low and fast, using the other vehicles as cover. They were 10 feet away when the technician saw them. His eyes widened and he fumbled for a sidearm. Demetrius didn't think. He lunged, tackling the man into the back of the vehicle. The struggle was short, brutal, and silent. A moment later, Demetrius emerged, breathless, and pulled Lysette inside, slamming the door shut. He scrambled into the driver-esque compartment, finding the ignition. The engine turned over with a powerful rumble. He slammed the vehicle into gear and punched the accelerator, aiming for the large, arched tunnel that served as the depot's exit. A guard stepped into the path, raising a weapon. Demetrius didn't slow down. The man dove aside and they were through, roaring into the dark, subterranean passage. For a few minutes there was only the roar of their engine and the tunnel lights whipping past. They were ascending. The air began to cool. Then ahead, daylight, not the gentle light of dusk, but the harsh, white light of the high step at noon. They burst out of the mountainside onto a gravel road. The immensity of the sky was a shock after the confines of the mountain. Demetrius kept driving, pushing the vehicle to its limits, kicking up a plume of dust that obscured everything behind them. After several miles, he risked a glance in the mirror. The mountain stood, silent and imposing. There was no visible smoke, no external sign of the cataclysm within. It had swallowed its own failure. He pulled over, the tires crunching on the gravel. The silence was absolute, broken only by the wind hissing across the grasslands and the ticking of the engine as it cooled. Lysette climbed into the passenger seat, her face pale and smudged with grime. She looked back at the mountain. "It's over," she said, but it wasn't a question. It was a statement of profound uncertainty. "Is it?" Demetrius asked. "We broke their machine. We didn't break their idea. Alara believed in it. Others will, too." Lysette turned to him, the cold fury from Geneva finally gone, replaced by a deep, weary sorrow. "I know," she said. "The silence, they wanted it as a powerful dream for some. We gave the world back its noise today. Its beautiful, chaotic, painful noise, but we also showed them it was possible. The next time someone tries, they won't make the same mistakes." She reached out, her hand finding his on the gear shift. It was not a gesture of romance, but one of solidarity. They were two people who had looked into the heart of a terrible, seductive silence and had chosen to scream. They had saved the world, and in doing so, had guaranteed they would never again know peace. Demetrius looked from her face to the endless horizon. Somewhere out there, in the chaos they had preserved, was a future, their future. He put the vehicle back in gear and drove on, towards the noise and the light, leaving the silent, wounded mountain behind them. Story 4. The line was always there, a sharp blade of shadow cutting across the worn oak floorboards of the deliberation room. It was cast by the overhead light fixture, a brass and frosted glass relic from a more optimistic era, and it divided the space neatly in two. One side warmed by the weak afternoon sun struggling through the grimy windows, the other submerged in a cool, perpetual twilight. For 11 days, Fulton had watched that line. He knew its exact trajectory, how it shifted by millimeters as the earth turned, how it seemed to absorb the heat from the sunlit side and radiate a faint chill from the other. It was a boundary, clear and absolute, like the law they were meant to be serving. But on the 12th day, as he watched Mrs. Gable's trembling hand place a sugar cube into her tea on the sunlit side, her shadow stretching long and distorted across the dark. Fulton felt the certainty of that line dissolve. It was no longer a division, but a passage, a threshold, and he was the only one who knew what could cross it. The trial was the kind that bled ink and money. A multinational tobacco company, Omnigen, stood accused of a calculated, decades-long campaign of disinformation, knowingly selling a product that hooked and killed, targeting the young and the poor with a predator-esque precision. The plaintiffs were a mosaic of grief, a widow with a voice like shattered glass, a father holding the oxygen tank his son now needed at 30, a community from a rust-belt town where the factory had left but the cancer stayed. Their lawyers, a pair of earnest, overworked civil defenders named Abrams and Lynn, presented their case with the weary passion of men who knew the size of the mountain they were trying to move. Across the aisle, Omnigen's legal team was a different species. Led by a man named Sterling, whose suits cost more than the annual salary of half the jury and whose smile never reached his eyes, they moved with the cool, fluid confidence of a grandmaster playing a game already won. Their arguments were sleek, polished things, full of reasonable doubt and complicated data, designed not to enlighten but to obfuscate, to bury the simple, ugly truth under a landslide of jargon. And in the middle, the Honorable Judge Charlie, a man whose face had settled into permanent grooves of fatigue, his gavel feeling less like an instrument of authority and more like a small, useless hammer against a tidal wave of pressure. Fulton had felt the pressure the moment he was selected. It was a physical thing, a change in the atmospheric pressure of the room. He was a man who understood systems, who could see the hidden currents in a conversation, the unspoken hierarchies in a group. He had a quiet face, the kind people forgot moments after seeing it, and a manner so neutral it became a kind of camouflage. He watched the other jurors file in. Mrs. Gable, the retired schoolteacher, clutching her knitting like a rosary. Leo, a mechanic with grease permanently etched under his fingernails and a deep-seated suspicion of anyone in a tie. Maria, a young, pragmatic software engineer who believed the world was just a series of solvable equations. And 10 others, a perfect cross-section of the city, a nation in miniature locked in a room together. He also saw the other thing, the thing he was waiting for. The first note slipped into the pocket of his overcoat hanging on the communal rack. A single, crisp $100 bill, no message, just a test, a tap on the hull to see if it was sound. He had pocketed it, his face a placid lake. The next day another. Then a folded square of paper in the same pocket, a phone number, a time. He had committed it to memory and flushed the paper down the toilet in the courthouse men's room, watching it swirl away into the city's gutters. That night he called from a payphone, the receiver cold and greasy in his hand. The voice on the other end was smooth, male, and utterly devoid of inflection. It made an offer, a simple one, a nudge, a vote for acquittal, and the number they discussed would be waiting for him in a Cayman account, a number that could erase a lifetime of quiet, desperate compromise. Fulton had listened, his breathing even. He said he would consider it. He did not say yes. He did not say no. He hung up and walked back to his small, tidy apartment, the city's lights blurring into streaks of gold in the rain-smeared night. He called Grace from his landline. She answered on the first ring as if she had been waiting with her hand on the phone. He didn't say hello. He simply said, "The fisherman has cast his line." There was a beat of silence on the other end, a silence he could feel, warm and intelligent. Then her voice, a low hum that always felt like a secret being shared, and the bait. "Sufficient," Fulton said, "but the pond is bigger than we thought. There are other fishermen." "There always are," Grace replied. He could picture her sitting in the lamplight of her study, a glass of bourbon at her elbow, a map of the city's power structures laid out in her mind. Grace was the architect, he was the mason inside the walls. Our original plan stands, but we adjust the angle. Let them think they have you, be tempted, be swayed. Then we set our own hook. Their game was older than the Omnigen offer. It was a long con, a beautiful, dangerous piece of theater they had been rehearsing for years, waiting for the perfect stage. A high-stakes corporate trial was that stage. They weren't just going to take the bribe. They were going to orchestrate a bidding war. They would play the corporation against the one other force that would inevitably emerge in a case of this magnitude. The civil plant, the shadow agent for the plaintiffs, sent to ensure a conviction by any means necessary. 2 days later, the second approach came, not in his coat pocket. In the pages of a library book he had checked out a dense history of Venetian trade routes. A single key taped to the inside back cover, a locker key from the bus station. He went there at midnight, the cavernous station echoing with the footsteps of the lost and the transient. The locker contained a cheap, unregistered cell phone. It buzzed in his hand as he walked back out into the damp night. "We know about the other offer," a female voice said, clipped and efficient. "We can match it, and we can offer something they cannot: protection, a clean slate, a vote for guilty." Fulton stood under the awning of a closed-up shop, watching the rain fall. Protection from what? "From them," the voice said simply. "They don't just pay, they clean up. A hung jury is a failure. A juror who takes their money and fails to deliver is a liability. You understand the term." He did. He felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach, a genuine flicker of fear that was not part of the act. This was real. This was the abyss. "I need to think," he said. "Think quickly," the voice replied, and the line went dead. Back in the deliberation room, the line between light and shadow seemed thinner, more dangerous. The discussions began. Mrs. Gable was the first to speak, her voice quavering with moral certainty. "Those documents, they knew. They knew, and they marketed to children. It's monstrous." Leo, the mechanic, shrugged his heavy shoulders. "Yeah, and people know cars crash. They still drive. It's about personal responsibility." He had been the first, Fulton noted, to start using Omni-Gen-S talking points, parroting the phrase informed choice with a strange, rehearsed cadence. He was likely Sterling-S other purchase, a blunt instrument. Maria, the engineer, was the swing vote. She was frustrated by the emotion. The data on addiction is compelling, but the causal link to the specific illnesses in the plaintiffs the defense has raised valid statistical questions. She wanted logic, a clear, unassailable chain of evidence. Fulton spoke rarely. When he did, his words were measured, calm, and perfectly calibrated. He would agree with Mrs. Gable's morality, then pivot to validate Maria's need for data, then acknowledge Leo's point about personal agency. He was not arguing for one side or the other. He was arguing for confusion, for stalemate. He was blurring the lines in their minds, just as the line on the floor was blurred in his. He fed information to Grace in coded messages left on a poetry forum. She was his external nervous system, his strategist. She dug into the backgrounds of the other jurors, finding the levers. She discovered Leo's crippling gambling debt. She found the blog posts Maria's brother had written, railing against corporate malfeasance, a potential source of bias they could exploit. She was weaving a web, and Fulton was placing the strands. The pressure in the room mounted. The days bled together, a slow, grinding torture. Judge Charlie's instructions to reach a verdict began to sound less like a command and more like a plea. The air grew thick with the smell of stale coffee, cheap perfume, and human anxiety. Then the equilibrium shattered. Mrs. Gable, during a particularly heated exchange with Leo, suddenly clutched her chest, her face draining of color. She gasped, a small, desperate sound, and slumped forward. Chaos, panic. An ambulance was called. The trial was adjourned for the day. That evening, the unregistered phone buzzed. The female voice was no longer calm. This was a warning, a mild one. The next one, TB. Deliver the vote, now. An hour later, his personal phone rang. Sterling-S man. The voice was icy. "We are aware of the competing interest. Our patience is at an end. The Gable woman-S episode demonstrates the stakes. You will deliver a unanimous acquittal, or you will be held responsible. The account will be frozen permanently." Fulton stood in the center of his dark apartment, the city's hum a distant threat. He felt the walls closing in. They were no longer just bribing him, they were threatening him. They were threatening an old woman. He had walked into the tiger's cage, and now the doors were locking. He called Grace. He told her everything, his own control fraying at the edges. She listened, and when she spoke, her voice was like steel wrapped in velvet. "This is the moment, Fulton. This is the pivot. They've shown their teeth. Now we show them we have sharper ones." She laid out the final move. It was audacious. It was terrifying. It was the only way out. The next day, Mrs. Gable was absent, recovering. The remaining jurors were somber, shaken. The atmosphere was funereal. Judge Charlie looked like he hadn't slept. Fulton waited until the afternoon. He waited until the arguments had circled back to the same dead ends, until the frustration was a palpable, sour taste in the room. Then he cleared his throat. All eyes turned to him. "We're not talking about the real thing," he said, his voice soft but cutting through the fatigue like a scalpel. "What is that?" Maria asked, her brow furrowed. "The manipulation," Fulton said. He looked at Leo. "Leo, you've been very firm on personal responsibility. I wonder if that conviction would be the same if someone knew about the $20,000 in markers you owe to a man named Vinny and the threat to your daughter's safety that accompanies it." Leo's face went from red to white. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. Fulton turned to Maria. "Maria, your analysis is always so logical, but is it truly impartial? I wonder how the court would view your brother's very public crusade against companies like OmniGen. It could be seen as prejudicial influence." He let the silence hang thick and heavy. He had not accused them of taking bribes. He had exposed their vulnerabilities, the places where pressure could be and had been applied. He had made the invisible battlefield visible. "They were not just trying to win the case," Fulton said, his gaze sweeping the room. "They were trying to own the verdict. They were trying to own us. Some of us have been offered money. Some of us have been threatened. All of us are just pieces on their board." He paused, letting the horror of it sink in. "The only way we win, the only way we do our actual duty, is to make a decision they cannot predict. A decision based on the evidence and only the evidence, and to do it together." It was a masterstroke. He had used the tools of the manipulators to break their manipulation. He presented himself not as a fellow corrupt juror, but as the one who had uncovered the corruption. He became the leader, the honest broker. The vote, when it was taken hours later, was unanimous, guilty on all counts. The courtroom, when the verdict was read, was a study in silent explosions. Sterling's face was a mask of frozen fury. The plaintiffs wept, hugging Abrams and Lynn. Judge Charlie, for the first time, looked like a weight had been lifted from his soul. Fulton walked out of the courthouse into the blinding afternoon sun. He was a hero. He had stood up to the giants. He felt nothing but a cold, hollow emptiness. He went home, packed a single bag, and took a taxi to a small, private airfield on the city's outskirts. Grace was waiting for him beside a sleek, twin-engine plane, the sun glinting off its silver body. She smiled, a real smile that reached her eyes, and handed him a tablet. On the screen were 2 bank account balances. The first was the original bribe from OmniGen, which they had allowed to be deposited as part of their ruse. The second was even larger. "The plaintiff's backers," Grace said, her voice light. "They were so grateful for your brave leadership in securing the verdict, they insisted on a discretionary bonus for helping to root out the corrupt influences on the jury." They had played both sides against the middle and taken the prize from both. They had not just outmaneuvered the tobacco company, they had outmaneuvered everyone. They had turned the entire, monstrous machinery of the trial into their own personal engine of profit. As the plane climbed through the clouds, leaving the city behind as a smudge of gray and light, Fulton looked at Grace. She was studying a map, her finger tracing a route to a place with no extradition treaties. They had won. They had everything. Weeks later, in a villa overlooking a sea the color of lapis lazuli, Fulton sat on the terrace. The air was warm, scented with salt and jasmine. He was rich, he was free. He had the woman who was his perfect, mirrored soul. He should have felt complete. But late at night, when the cicadas fell silent, he would think of that line on the deliberation room floor. He had crossed it. He had stepped from the light into the shadow and had taken the shadow with him. He had become the very thing he had pretended to fight, a hidden passage, a concealed crime, a secret that had rewritten justice for a price. He had blurred the boundary so completely that he could no longer find it in himself. He would get up and pour a drink, the ice clinking in the profound silence, a small, sharp sound in the vast, dark room. And he would wait for the echo. The echo never came, of course. That was the problem. The villa was a masterpiece of soundproofing and isolation, a beautiful, sterile bubble floating above the world. Grace thrived in it. She was all forward motion, her mind already dissecting the financial markets of their new home, looking for the next angle, the next elegant con. She saw their life as a perfect, ascending line. Fulton saw a circle. He was tracing its edges every day. He started taking long walks alone along the cliff paths, the sun beating down on his neck, a hat pulled low over his brow. He told Grace it was for the exercise, to learn the lay of the land. In truth, he was searching for reflection, some sign that the man he had been still existed. He found only tourists and expatriates, their eyes glazed with contentment or avarice, all of them fugitives from something. One afternoon he found a small, dusty chapel nestled in a grove of cypress trees, far from the manicured beaches and the villas. It was cool and dark inside, smelling of old stone and dried wax. He wasn't a religious man, but he sat in a pew, his hands resting on his knees, and tried to remember the weight of the law. Not the corrupted, performative law of the omni-gen trial, but the idea of it, the clean, straight line he had once believed in. It felt like a story he had read about someone else. When he returned, Grace was waiting for him on the terrace. She had that look, the one that used to thrill him, a spark of pure, predatory intelligence. She held out her phone. On the screen was a news article from a mid-tier American newspaper. The headline was small, but it struck him with the force of a physical blow. Juror in landmark omni-gen case found dead in apparent hiking accident. It was Leo, the mechanic. He read the article in a cold, detached rush. It happened in a state park, a fall, a tragic accident, no foul play suspected. Grace watched him, her head tilted. A loose end, she said, her voice devoid of any sentiment. Sterling's people are tidying up. It was always a possibility. Fulton put the phone down on the glass table. The sound was too loud. We knew they would do this, he said, but the words felt hollow in his mouth. He had known it abstractly, a chess move in their grand game. He had not known the weight of the piece they would remove. He was a liability. He broke under your pressure in that room. He would have talked eventually, Grace reasoned, taking a sip of her iced tea. This simplifies things for us. That night Fulton dreamed of the deliberation room, but the line on the floor was no longer made of light and shadow. It was a crack, and from it a thick, dark liquid was seeping, spreading across the tiles. Mrs. Gable was there, knitting with black yarn, her face serene. She looked at him and said, "You moved the line, dear. You can't complain about where it flows now." He woke up sweating, the Mediterranean air suddenly thick and suffocating. He looked at Grace sleeping beside him, her face peaceful, untroubled. She had crossed her own lines long ago and never looked back. For her, the world was a series of doors to be opened and closed. For him, it was becoming a hallway of mirrors, each reflection a slightly more distorted version of himself. A week later, a package arrived. It was addressed to both of them, with no return address. Inside, nestled in pristine foam, was a single old book, a dense history of Venetian trade routes. Taped to the inside back cover was not a key, but a single black and white photograph. It was a grainy, long-lens shot of him and Grace, standing on the tarmac beside the twin-engine plane, the city skyline a blur in the background. There was no note, no demand, just the photograph. Grace analyzed it with a clinical eye. The plaintiff's backers, she concluded. They're not happy. They figured out we played them. This is a message. They know where we were, a reminder that they can find us. Fulton held the book. It felt heavy, colder than it should have been. He remembered the bus station locker, the clipped female voice on the unregistered phone. They don't just pay, they clean up. He had thought they had outmaneuvered everyone, but he realized now that in their game, they had simply climbed to a higher tier of players where the stakes were not just money, but existence itself. Leah was gone. They were being watched. The circle was tightening. Grace was already planning, her eyes alight with the new challenge. We'll need new identities, a new location. We have the resources. We'll disappear again. Fulton nodded, the perfect partner, the loyal accomplice. But as he looked out at the perfect, endless blue of the sea, he knew with a chilling certainty that the line he had crossed in that jury room was not a border he had left behind. It was a thread he had pulled, and it was unraveling the whole tapestry, following him across the world, all the way to this beautiful, silent villa at the edge of the world. He was not a man who had escaped. He was a man being pursued by the shadow of his own choice, and the shadow was finally beginning to speak. The silence in the villa was no longer peaceful. It was anticipatory. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the palm fronds outside felt like a prelude. Grace moved with a renewed, fierce energy, her laptop glowing late into the night as she routed funds through a labyrinth of shell corporations and offshore entities. She was in her element, a master architect building a new fortress of anonymity. Fulton, however, felt the architecture of his own mind beginning to crumble. He helped with the logistics, his legal mind useful for navigating the bureaucratic fictions of their new identities, but his heart was a cold stone in his chest. He started sleeping with a knife under his mattress, a foolish, primal comfort against a threat that would never be so direct. 2 days after the book arrived, the female voice found him again. His new encrypted phone, a product of Grace's meticulous planning, rang with an unknown number. He answered, his throat tight. "The weather in the Mediterranean is lovely this time of year," the voice said, unchanged, as if their conversation had only paused for a moment, "but unstable. A storm is coming." "What do you want?" Fulton asked, his voice a dry rasp. "We want to finalize our account. The bonus we paid was for a specific outcome, a clean verdict. The subsequent tidying was an unforeseen expense. We require reimbursement, 50%. Fulton almost laughed. It was a shakedown. The plaintiff's backers, the supposed champions of justice, were just another syndicate. They had bought a verdict, and now they were auditing the cost. "And if we refuse?" "Then we will issue a revised financial statement to your former employers at OmniGen. I believe a Mr. Sterling would be very interested in the routing numbers of your various accounts. He has such a direct way of balancing the books. A classic squeeze, play both ends against the middle, and eventually the middle gets crushed." He relayed the conversation to Grace. Her eyes narrowed. "It's a bluff. They can expose us without exposing their own role in jury tampering. They were trying to scare us into a payout." "Leah wasn't a bluff," Fulton said quietly. The words hung between them. It was the first time he had openly challenged her calculus. She looked at him, truly looked at him, and he saw a flicker of something unfamiliar in her gaze, assessment. She was recalculating his reliability. "We pay," she said finally, her tone conceding nothing. "A partial payment. It has a cost of doing business. It buys us time to vanish completely." He agreed it was the logical move, but as he transferred the funds, a staggering sum that would have once seemed unimaginable, he felt not a loss but a profound shift. They were no longer predators, they were prey, being herded from one corner of the world to another by larger, hungrier things. The payment did not bring silence, it brought a confirmation of their weakness. A week later, a local delivery boy arrived with a box of expensive fruit, a gift from a well-wisher. Nestled among the figs and pomegranates was a single, dead cicada, its brittle wings folded. Grace threw the entire box into the incinerator. Her composure was beginning to crack, fine lines of tension appearing around her mouth. They ray playing with us. They ray showing us they can get to us, even here. That night, Fulton didn't he dream of the deliberation room. He dreamed of the library where he found the key. He was wandering the stacks, but all the books were blank, and the only sound was the relentless, metallic buzz of a cicada. He woke with a start, the sound still echoing in his ears. It was his phone. It was a text message from a number that scrambled and disappeared as he read it. The message contained just one word, a word that stopped his breath. It was Mrs. Gable's address. He sat up, the sheets damp with sweat. This was different from Leo. Leo was a gambler, a broken man, a plausible accident. Mrs. Gable was a retired schoolteacher, a heart patient, a woman who believed in good and evil. She was a light, and they were showing him they would snuff it out, not because she was a threat, but because she was a symbol, because he had pretended to care about her. He knew then with absolute clarity that Grace was wrong. This wasn't a business transaction. It wasn't a game of chess. It was a cancer. They could run, change their names, their faces, their lives, but the sickness was inside them now. They had invited it in when they decided to play, and it was consuming everything it touched, every innocent life that brushed against theirs. He walked out onto the terrace. The sun was rising, painting the sea in hues of rose and gold. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen, and it was utterly false, a backdrop. He heard Grace moving inside, the sound of her packing, efficient and determined. She was ready for the next door, the next escape. Fulton looked at his hands. They were the hands that had held the law. They were the hands that had taken the money. They were the hands that had indirectly signed Leo's death warrant and now held the address of a kind, old woman. He could keep running with Grace. He could live a life of luxurious, paranoid exile, looking over his shoulder until one day, the shadow finally solidified into a man with a gun or a poison in his drink. He would have the woman, the money, the perfect, mirrored soul, and he would be a ghost haunting his own life. Or he could do the one thing their elegant, cynical calculus would never predict, the one move for which there was no profit, no angle, no escape. He went inside and picked up the unregistered phone. Grace watched him, her packing halted, her expression unreadable. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice dangerously calm. "I am calling the FBI," he said. "I am going to tell them everything. Omnigen, the plaintiffs, the bribes, the threats, Leo, all of it." Her face didn't change, but the light in her eyes died, replaced by a flat, cold understanding. "They'll put you in a cage for the rest of your life." "Probably," he said. "You'll be throwing everything away, us, everything we built." "We built it on a foundation of corpses," he said, and the words felt true and clean for the first time in months. "I am tired of the architecture." He dialed. As he waited for the connection, he looked at her, the perfect partner, the brilliant, ruthless love of his life. She was already receding from him, becoming a statue of herself, beautiful and impenetrable. "They'll find you too," he said. A faint, sad smile touched her lips. "No," she whispered, "they won tea." When the voice on the other end of the line answered, "Federal Bureau of Investigation, how may I direct your call?" Fulton took a deep breath. He was stepping back, not into the light he knew that was gone forever, but out of the shadow. He was choosing the cage over the ghost, and as he began to speak, he felt the terrible, comforting weight of the truth, a weight he had forgotten existed, finally anchoring him to the world. The voice on the phone was crisp, professional, and utterly detached. Fulton spoke, his own voice sounding foreign to him, reciting facts like a ledger of damnation. He gave his name, his location, the details of the Omnigen trial. He mentioned Sterling, the plaintiff's backers, the money transfers, the death of Leo. He did not look at Grace. He heard a single, sharp intake of breath, then the soft click of a door closing. She was gone. By the time he finished his initial statement, the villa was empty save for him and the humming silence. The agent on the line instructed him to stay put, that Interpol would be contacted, that he was to secure himself and await further contact. Fulton placed the phone on the table and walked to the window. He saw nothing but the winding cliff path and the endless sea. There was no sign of Grace, no evidence she had ever been there at all. She had simply evaporated as he knew she would. He was alone. The wait was not long. Within the hour, 2 unmarked cars pulled up the gravel drive, their engines purring. Men in dark, casual clothes emerged, their movements efficient and coordinated. They did not draw their weapons. They found him sitting calmly on the terrace, a man already in his cell. The extradition process was a formality. He waived all his rights, cooperating fully. He gave them everything: account numbers, shell corporations, the details of the plane, the voice on the phone. He gave them Grace, or at least the ghost of her that he possessed. In return, he was placed in a sterile, high-security facility, a world of concrete and regulated time. The news cycles erupted and then moved on. He was a footnote, the corrupt juror who had a crisis of conscience. The Omnigen verdict was overturned, the case slated for a mistrial. He never learned what happened to Mrs. Gable. He hoped the address was just a message that she was safe. It was a hope he clung to in the long, quiet hours. His sentence was lengthy, but not life. His cooperation had seen to that. He was transferred to a medium-security prison in the American heartland, a place of stark horizons and endless sky. He worked in the library, sorting books. One afternoon, a new donation arrived, a box of old paperbacks. As he sorted through them, his fingers brushed against a familiar, worn cover, a dense history of Venetian trade routes. His heart stalled. He opened it with trembling hands. There, tucked into the chapter on hidden coves and secret waterways, was a single, crisp $100 bill. And written in a handwriting he knew as well as his own, in the margin beside a description of a forgotten island, were 2 words: another door. He closed the book, his hand steady now. He slipped the bill into his pocket and placed the book on the cart for reshelving. He felt no anger, no longing, no surprise, only a cold, clear certainty. The game was not over. It had simply changed venues. He looked out the library's barred window at the vast, open sky. Somewhere out there she was building a new labyrinth, and he in his cage would wait for his chance to find the thread. The line was still there after all. He was just learning to see it in a new light. The days settled into the grim rhythm of institutional life. The money was a secret seed, a tiny, illicit piece of the world outside. He didn't spend it. He kept it hidden, a cold, flat square of paper tucked into the spine of a law dictionary he never consulted. It was not a tool for escape, but a reminder that her world, their world, was one of codes and signals, and he had just been sent a new one. He began to see the prison not as a punishment, but as a different kind of villa. The walls were closer, the sea was gone, but the same principles of survival applied. Watch, listen. Learn the guards' routines, their weaknesses, their petty corruptions. He made no friends, but he cultivated sources. A man in the mailroom who could be persuaded to look the other way for a price. A guard with a gambling debt. He used nothing from his hidden fund for this. He used the legal knowledge he had left, offering quiet advice on appeals and parole hearings, building a currency of favors. Months turned into a year. Then a new inmate arrived, a wiry man named Silva with nervous eyes and a federal rap for cyber fraud. He was assigned to the library. Silva kept to himself, but Fulton watched him. He saw the way Silva's fingers twitched as if typing on an invisible keyboard, the way he looked at the library's ancient computer terminal with a mixture of pity and hunger. One evening, during the final head count before lock-in, Silva brushed past him in the aisle between the stacks. A folded piece of paper was pressed into Fulton's palm. The contact was so brief and so deft it might never have happened. Back in his cell, under the dim glow of a single bulb, Fulton unfolded it. It was not a note from Grace. It was a printout of a financial news brief from a Swiss online outlet. The article was in German, but one name was circled in faint, precise pencil strokes. Sterling. The founder of Omnigen had been found dead in his Zurich penthouse. The cause was listed as a sudden, massive stroke. Fulton stared at the name. Sterling, with his direct way of balancing books, was gone. It was not a hiking accident, it was a surgical strike. The plaintiff's backers, the ones who had threatened him, had just lost their primary enemy. And Grace, he knew with a chilling certainty, had been the scalpel. This was her message. She was not just hiding, she was hunting. She was clearing the board of the old players, making room for a new game. The next day in the library, he found Silva reshelving books in a remote corner. "I need to send a reply," Fulton said, his voice low. Silva didn't look at him. "I don't know what you're talking about." "There's a man in the mailroom," Fulton said. "He likes the horses. Tell him the gray mare is a sure thing in the third race at Pimlico. He'll understand." Silva gave a barely perceptible nod and moved away. The code was crude, but it would work. The message would get out. He was not asking for help. He was not begging for forgiveness. He was simply acknowledging her move. He was still in the game. A week later, a postcard arrived in the mail. It was a generic image of a desert sunset sent from Arizona. The message on the back was brief, written in a blocky, anonymous print. "Weather here is dry. Hope you are well." It was signed "An Old Friend." It was the confirmation he needed. The line of communication, tenuous and dangerous, was open. He looked around the library at the men shuffling through the stacks, lost in their own regrets and fantasies. He saw the bars on the windows, the guards at the door, but he also saw Silva, a node in a hidden network. He saw the guard with the debt, a point of pressure. He saw the hidden bill, a seed of possibility. He was in a cage, but the walls were not what he had thought. The real prison had been the one he had built for himself in his mind, the belief that he was either a free man or a captive. Grace had shown him the truth. There was only the game, and the board was everywhere. He had once stepped back from the line to reclaim his soul. Now he would learn to walk it from the inside, a tightrope stretched across his cell, leading to a future he could not yet see. The next move was his. He began to spend his library hours differently. He started with the law books, not for their content, but for their structure. He studied penal codes, sentencing guidelines, and the intricate bureaucracy of the federal prison system. He was no longer a lawyer arguing a case. He was a cartographer mapping a labyrinth. He needed to find the weak points, the procedural cracks, the overlooked doors. Silva became his unwitting tutor. Fulton would ask seemingly innocent questions about network security, data trails, and the vulnerabilities of institutional firewalls. He framed it as curiosity, a way to pass the time. Silva, eager to show off his expertise to a captive audience, would talk. Fulton learned about backdoors, encryption, and the art of becoming a ghost in the machine. The guard with the gambling debt, a man named Evans, was the key. Fulton approached him slowly, offering tips on football spreads, building a rapport based on shared, if feigned, interest. He learned Evans had a brother who worked in the Department of Motor Vehicles in a neighboring state. One day, during a quiet moment in the yard, Fulton made his proposal. "I need 3 new identities," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "Driver's licenses, social security numbers, the basics." Evans paled. "That's a whole different leg. I can't get that." "You can't," Fulton agreed calmly, "but your brother can, and your brother has a boat he can't afford. The payment would be substantial, enough to cover his debt and yours." He saw the avarice warring with fear in Evans's eyes. How substantial? Fulton gave a figure. It was a fraction of what he had hidden, but it was a king's ransom to a man like Evans. Half up front, delivered in a way I will specify, the other half upon delivery. He had no way to get the upfront money, but he bluffed with the absolute certainty of a man who had once swayed a jury. Evans, overwhelmed by the number, simply nodded. The real work began. Using Silva's chatter and his own research, Fulton conceived a plan not for a dramatic escape, but for a bureaucratic disappearance. He would not tunnel under the walls or overpower a guard. He would exploit a flaw in the system itself, a misrouted transfer order, a lost inmate file, a digital glitch that would, for a few critical hours, cause him to cease to exist within the prison's records. It was a Grace-level plan, elegant and cold, built on the manipulation of systems rather than people. He was in the library drafting the complex sequence of events that would be required when a new shipment of books arrived. Among them was a thick volume on astrophysics. He opened it idly. A photograph fell out. It was a grainy, long-lens image of a woman with short, dark hair standing on a dock somewhere tropical. It was Grace. She was looking over her shoulder, not at the camera, but at a sleek, private yacht in the background. On the back of the photo, in her handwriting, was a set of coordinates and a date 6 months in the future. His heart hammered against his ribs. It was not just a message, it was a rendezvous. She wasn't just clearing the board, she was preparing a new one, and she was inviting him to join her. The scale of her operation, her reach, was terrifying. She had orchestrated Sterling's death, and now she was planning their reunion from the heart of his prison. He looked down at his own plans, at the carefully mapped weaknesses of a single institution. They seemed small and pathetic in comparison. She was playing a global game, and she believed he was still a player. The thought was as intoxicating as it was damning. He folded the photograph and coordinates into the same hidden spot as the bill. He looked at his hands, no longer the hands of a lawyer or a fugitive, but of a strategist. The cage had become his workshop. The shadow had not just spoken, it had offered him a key. He had a choice to make. He could execute his own small, safe plan for a quiet disappearance, or he could walk through the door Grace was holding open back into the storm. He sat there for a long time as the library lights hummed overhead, weighing the comfort of a ghost against the peril of a crown. The coordinates burned a hole in his mind. He memorized them, then destroyed the photograph, scattering the tiny pieces into different trash bins over the course of a week. The bill remained, a tangible anchor to the possibility. He continued to cultivate Evans, to map the prison's bureaucratic veins, but his own plan now felt like a child's drawing next to a master's blueprint. Grace's move was audacious. It was a demand for him to level up, to shed the last of his hesitation and meet her in the stratosphere of her new design. He decided to test her network. Through Silva, he sent a single coded question, a reference to an obscure legal precedent about jurisdictional boundaries. The reply came on the back of a commissary receipt, slipped into his next library book. It was not from Grace, but from a new, unknown hand. It contained a detailed analysis of the precedent, applying it to extradition treaties between the United States and a small, wealthy island nation in the Indian Ocean. The answer was clear. She was not just planning a meeting. She was planning a new country, a new life, with a legal fortress already under construction. The date on the coordinates was 4 months away now. The pressure tightened like a vice. Evans was getting nervous, asking for the upfront money. Fulton stalled, using a complex story about international wire transfers and security delays. He knew he couldn't pay. He had to deliver the entire plan instead, making Evans a believer in the larger payoff. One rainy afternoon, everything changed. A team of federal agents, their suits stark against the drab prison walls, entered the library. They bypassed the warden and came directly for him. They were not from the bureau that had put him away. They were from a different department, one with a colder, more focused reputation. They sat him down at a metal table. "We know about the communication," the light agent, a man with a face like granite, said. "We know she's reaching out. We know she killed Sterling." Fulton said nothing. His mind was racing, trying to find the leak. Silva, Evans, it didn't matter. "We don't want you," the agent continued. "We want her. You help us and your sentence disappears. Full witness protection, a clean slate." It was the offer he had once dreamed of: freedom, safety, a real escape from the ghost. All he had to do was betray her, to give them the coordinates, the network, the plan. He looked at the agent's flat, determined eyes. They saw Grace as a target, a problem to be eliminated. They didn't understand that she was a force of nature, a system unto herself. To give her to them would be like trying to capture the wind. And he knew, with a certainty that went to his core, that if he did it, he would spend the rest of his life waiting for a door to open that never would. for a shadow to fall that was his own. He leaned forward, his voice low and steady. "I have no idea what you're talking about." The agent's expression didn't change, but a flicker of frustration showed in his eyes. They had nothing concrete. They had a whisper, a suspicion. They left as abruptly as they had arrived, leaving behind the scent of rain and impotent authority. That night, in the crushing silence of his cell, Fulton made his choice. The agent's offer had clarified everything. The government's cage and Grace's labyrinth were just different kinds of prisons. The only freedom lay in choosing his own. He would not run from her, and he would not run to them. He would run with her on his own terms. He used Evans to send a final, one-word message through the network. A single word that was both an answer and a declaration of war, not against Grace, but against the world that had created them both. The word was yes. The following morning, the prison was locked down. A routine shakedown, the guards announced, but the search was far from routine. They tore through cells with a focused intensity, and Fulton knew they were looking for his connection to the outside world. They found nothing. He had committed everything to memory. He stood at his cell door, watching the controlled chaos, and felt a strange calm. He had thrown his lot in with the storm, and now he could feel the pressure dropping, the air charged with the coming change. The lockdown lasted 3 days. When it lifted, the routine returned, but the atmosphere was different. Silva was gone, transferred, the administration said, but Fulton knew better. The network had been compromised, a node severed. He was isolated again, but the isolation felt purposeful now. He was a sleeper agent, waiting for his activation signal. Weeks bled into months. The date from the coordinates drew nearer. He watched Evans, who now avoided his gaze, a man terrified of a debt that could never be collected. The plan with the guard was ashes. It no longer mattered. Grace's design was the only one that counted now. Then, on a day indistinguishable from any other, he was summoned to the warden's office. He expected more questions, more pressure from the federal agents. Instead, the warden, a weary man with a tired mustache, slid a single sheet of paper across the desk. "Your lawyer filed a motion," the warden said, his tone bored. "Procedural error during your initial arraignment. The judge granted it. Your sentence is commuted to time served. You are being released." Fulton did not move. He did not breathe. This was not witness protection. This was not an escape. This was something else entirely. It was too clean, too perfect. It was a move that bypassed walls and guards and instead rewrote the code of his existence. It was her signature. When he asked, his voice remarkably steady. "Now your personal effects are being gathered. A bus will take you to the city limits. You are a free man, Fulton. Try not to come back." An hour later, he stood outside the prison gates, a thin envelope of civilian clothes and $20 in his hand. The sky was vast and overwhelming. The bus rumbled away, leaving him alone on the dusty shoulder of a state highway. He was free, but he was utterly exposed. He had no plan, no destination, only the coordinates seared into his mind and a date that was now only 2 weeks away. He started walking. He hitched a ride with a truck driver who asked no questions. He used the $20 for a meal and a bus ticket that took him halfway across the country. He slept in bus stations, his body humming with a strange mixture of paranoia and exhilaration. He was a ghost again, but this time he was a ghost by design, moving toward a specific point in time and space. He finally reached a coastal city, the air thick with salt and the smell of fish. Using the last of his money, he rented a dingy room overlooking the harbor. He spent his days watching the ships, the comings and goings of 1,000 lives. He was waiting. The night before the rendezvous, he stood at his window, looking at the constellation of lights on the dark water. He thought of the villa, the prison, the long, twisting path that had led him here. He had stepped back from the line to find his soul, only to discover that his soul was not a thing to be found, but a path to be walked, and his path had led him back to her. The next morning, he took a public ferry to a nearby island. From there, he hired a small, beat-up fishing boat with the last of his cash, giving the old fisherman the coordinates. The man grunted, looked at him curiously, but took the money. The boat puttered out into the open sea, the mainland shrinking to a smudge on the horizon. When they reached the spot, there was nothing, only empty ocean, stretching out in every direction. The fisherman shrugged. "Nothing here, friend." Fulton simply nodded. "Wait." They drifted for an hour. The sun was high and hot. Just as the fisherman was about to protest, a low hum cut through the air. A sleek, white speedboat appeared from behind a rocky, uninhabited islet a mile away. It moved toward them with silent, electric purpose. It pulled alongside their battered boat. A man in a crisp, white uniform stood at the helm. He looked at Fulton, then gestured for him to come aboard. Fulton stepped from the old world to the new without a word. He did not look back at the fisherman, who was already turning his boat toward home, a strange story in his pocket. The speedboat sliced through the water, heading for the yacht Fulton had seen in the photograph. It was even more imposing in person, a floating fortress of white steel and tinted glass. As they approached, a figure appeared on the aft deck. It was Grace. She wore a simple white linen shift. Her hair was shorter, her skin tanned. She looked both exactly the same and entirely new. He climbed aboard. The deck was silent but for the whisper of the sea and the distant cry of a gull. She looked at him, her gaze as direct and unreadable as ever. "You came," she said. "You opened the door," he replied. A small, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. "There's always another door, Robert. The question is, do you want to see what's on the other side?" He looked past her at the vast, empty horizon. He had spent so long in cages of concrete and consequence. Here, there were no walls, only an endless, terrifying expanse of possibility. He had chosen the storm, and now he was in its eye. "Yes," he said, and this time the word was not an answer to a question, but a statement of fact. It was the first word of the next chapter. The game was on. Story 5. The chair was wrong. It was a simple thing, a standard-issue metal chair bolted to the floor in the corner of the mess hall. For weeks, Gale had sat in its twin, feeling the cold seep through his worn trousers, listening to the constant low groan of the ship's hull fighting the ice. But this one, Brenda's usual chair, was tilted, just a fraction. One of its 4 rubber-capped feet was slightly raised, as if it had been kicked or wrenched and never properly settled back into place. It was the kind of detail that would be invisible to anyone else, a speck of dust on a vast, gray canvas. To Gale, it was a scream in an empty room. He had noticed it the morning after they pulled her from the water. The crew had mumbled, the political officer, Denham, had made a note in his little book, and the captain, Jamal, had declared it a tragic accident. A slip on an icy deck, a lonely soul claimed by the black, freezing sea, case closed. The ship, the red trawler, had to keep moving. The quotas waited for no one, not even the dead. But the chair was wrong. Gale was a ghost on the red trawler, a man of bone and silence where a man of consequence had once been. His hands, which had once held a detective-esque badge in Leningrad, now were raw from handling frozen nets. His mind, which had once pieced together the fractured narratives of the city's darkest hours, was now a locked room filled with his own failures. He had been sent here to disappear, to become just another number in the great Soviet machine of production and oblivion. He preferred the company of the dead fish, their glassy eyes holding no judgment. Captain Jamal found him later that day, staring into the churning, ice-choked wake behind the ship. The air was a physical presence, a damp cold that settled in the lungs and made every breath a small, painful event. "The girl," Jamal began, his voice a low rumble competing with the wind. "Brenda, there are questions." "The political officer has no questions," Gale said, not turning. "He has conclusions." "Denham is a functionary. His concern is the report, not the truth. The crew is uneasy. Whispers, they say she was careful, they say she feared the water." Gale finally looked at the captain. Jamal's face was a roadmap of a life at sea, weathered and stern, but his eyes held a flicker of something else, a captain-esque burden. Whispers are not evidence. Fear of water does not prevent a fall. I am asking you to look, unofficially, as a former professional. My former profession is the reason I am here, Captain. I am not in the habit of repeating my mistakes. This is not Leningrad, this is a ship, a small, frozen world. If there is a sickness here, I must know, for the safety of the others, for the mission. Jamal's gaze was steady. Look at her things, talk to the ones who shared her shift. No one will know it is an investigation. They will think you are just a lonely man asking about a dead girl. So Gale became a shadow again, but a different kind. He moved through the narrow, sweat-and-rust-scented corridors of the trawler, a place of perpetual twilight and the thrumming of the great engines below. He started with Brenda's bunk, a narrow cot in the women's quarters she had shared with 3 others. The space was stripped clean, sanitized by order of Denham, but the air still held the faint, ghostly scent of lavender soap, a small, impossible luxury in this metallic world. He found Mark in the processing hold, a cavernous space of blood-slick floors and the ceaseless, mechanical screech of filleting machines. Mark was a big man, all shoulders and quiet efficiency, his face perpetually shadowed by a fur hat. He was the foreman of the processing line, Brenda's supervisor. She was quiet, Mark said, not stopping his work, his hands a blur with a gleaming knife. Did her job, didn't he complain? Did she have friends? Gale asked, raising his voice over the din. We are all comrades here, we work, we sleep. There is no time for friends. Mark's eyes, when they flicked up to Gale, were as cold and dark as the deep water outside. It was an accident. The deck is treacherous. The party official said so. The conversation was over. Mark turned his back, a wall of muscle and silence, but as Gale left, he saw it. On a hook by the door next to the heavy, foul-weather gear hung Mark's own coat, and tucked into the pocket, almost hidden, was a small square of embroidered cloth. Gale had seen its twin in Brenda's effects, a tiny, forgotten sachet of lavender, a gift, perhaps, or a token. The ship pushed further north into the true Arctic. The world outside the portholes became a monochrome nightmare of white and gray, the ice floes groaning like dying giants. The sun, a weak, pale coin, barely crested the horizon before plunging them back into an endless blue twilight. The isolation was absolute, a pressure on the soul. Gale sought out the other women from Brenda's bunk. One, a girl from Murmansk with frightened eyes, would say nothing, only shaking her head. The other, a sturdy woman named Anya, was more forthright. They sat in the relative quiet of the empty mess hall, the tilted chair between them like a third, silent witness. She was seeing someone, Anya whispered, her voice barely audible over the ship's hum. She was happy, secretive but happy. Then the last few days she was different, scared. She cried at night, quietly, so no one would hear. Did she say why a name? Anya shook her head, only that she had found something. A mistake in the logs, she said, a number that was wrong. She was going to talk to the captain about it. She said it was important, for the motherland. The last words were uttered with a hollow irony that hung in the air between them. The logs, the production tallies, the fuel consumption, the catch records, all meticulously kept, all subject to the scrutiny of the party. Denham's domain. Gale found Denham in his small, warm office, a sanctuary of bureaucracy amid the industrial chaos. The political officer was a thin, precise man whose glasses seemed to magnify the emptiness in his eyes. He listened to Gale's vague inquiries with a thin, patient smile. Comrade Brennan is adjusting to life on the red trawler, Denham said, steepling his fingers. It is understandable that he seeks purpose, but the matter of the girl is closed, an accident. To suggest otherwise is to introduce instability. To question the efficiency and safety of this vessel is to question the state itself. You, of all people, should understand the danger of unsubstantiated theories. The threat was as clear and sharp as an ice pick. Gale said nothing. His eyes scanned the room, the neat desk, the framed portrait of Lenin, the stack of logbooks bound in red vinyl. One of them, the one for the last week, was missing. That night the storm hit. It was a fury of the Arctic howling winds that screamed like the damned and waves that slammed into the hull with the force of artillery shells. The ship pitched and yawed, a toy in the grip of a god. In the chaos, with the crew battened down and the world reduced to a violent, roaring darkness, Gale slipped into the radio room. The radio operator was a nervous man named Peter, his face bathed in the green glow of the dials. He jumped when Gale entered. "I need to see the transmission logs," Gale said, his voice calm against the storm's rage. "Impossible, only the captain and the political officer." Gale didn't argue, he simply stood there, a specter of quiet authority from a past life, his silence more compelling than any shout. Peter, trembling, handed him a heavy ledger. Gale's finger traced the entries, routine weather reports, status updates to the fleet command. Then 2 days before Brenda's death, an outgoing transmission flagged as a technical inquiry to a frequency that was not a known naval or civilian channel. It was a ghost frequency used for one thing only, the security apparatus, the KGB. And the officer who had authorized the transmission was not Denham. It was the captain, Jamal. The pieces shifted, a kaleidoscope of betrayal. The kind captain, the sinister political officer, the quiet foreman. They spun in Gale's mind as the ship groaned around him. He thought of the tilted chair, a sign of struggle. The lavender sachet, a connection between Brenda and Mark. The missing logbook, the mistake Brenda had found. The KGB transmission, authorized by Jamal. He went to the one place he had not yet searched. The cold storage locker, a metal tomb hung with carcasses of fish encrusted with ice. In the blinding, frigid air, he moved past the racks, his flashlight beam cutting a frail path through the gloom. And there, tucked behind a stack of crates labeled spare parts non-essential, he found it, the missing red logbook. His numb fingers fumbled it open. The pages were a maze of numbers, tonnage of cod, fuel oil consumption, engine hours. Then he saw it. The fuel consumption was too high for the recorded engine hours. They were burning fuel they weren't using. They were going somewhere off the books, running a route not on any map. The door to the locker hissed shut behind him. The bolt slammed home with a sound of finality. He was not alone. He turned, the beam of his flashlight illuminating Mark, who stood holding a long, brutal-looking fish hook, its barb gleaming. "She was a foolish girl," Mark said, his voice flat in the dead air. "She came to me happy. She thought she had found a discrepancy. She thought she was helping. She didn't understand the business." "What business?" Gale asked, his own voice steady, though the cold was beginning to seep into his core. "The only business that matters, survival, profit. The state pays in promises, we deal in real things. American cigarettes, Scotch whiskey, blue jeans, a little detour to a rendezvous point, a trade. The captain provides the ship and the cover. I provide the logistics. Denham provides the blindness for a cut." "And Brenda." She was going to tell the captain the irony. She thought he was the one honest man. When I told him, he said she had to be dealt with. He made the call to his contacts to see if she was a plant. They said to be careful. I was careful. Mark took a step forward, the hook held low. She fought on the deck. She knocked over a chair, did you know that? A stupid little detail. Then she slipped, or I pushed. The water is so cold, it doesn't matter. Gale's mind was clear, a frozen lake. He saw it all. The secret trade, Brenda's discovery. Jamal, the compromised captain, selling his soul for contraband and covering his tracks with a KGB inquiry. Mark, the enforcer. Denham, the corrupt guardian. A perfect, rotten little system at the top of the world. "The captain sent me to find the truth," Gale said. "The captain sent you to die," Mark corrected. "A disgraced investigator killed in a tragic accident during a storm. A final, messy loose end tied up. He will be sad, of course. He will write a report. Mark lunged. He was big, but the confined space and the slippery floor worked against him. Gale, who had learned to fight in the back alleys of Leningrad long before he ever wore a badge, moved with the economy of a man who knows violence. He sidestepped, using Mark's momentum, and slammed the heavy logbook into the side of his head. Mark grunted, stumbling against a rack of frozen fish. Gale didn't hesitate. He brought the flashlight down on Mark's wrist. The hook clattered to the floor. The fight was short, brutal, and silent except for their grunts and the scuffle of boots on ice. It ended with Gale driving the barbed hook deep into Mark's thigh. The big man screamed, a short, choked sound, and collapsed, clutching his leg as dark blood bloomed on his trousers, vivid against the white frost. Gale unbolted the door and stepped out into the corridor. The storm was still raging. He walked to the bridge, his footsteps sure on the heaving deck. He found Captain Jamal at the helm, his hands gripping the wheel, staring into the maelstrom. Gale didn't speak. He simply placed the red logbook on the chart table next to the wheel. Jamal didn't look at it. He didn't look at Gale. He kept his eyes on the storm. Is it done? Mark is in the cold storage. He won't be walking for a while. He confessed to killing Brenda. He implicated you. A long silence filled only by the wind and the creaking ship. This ship, it is more than steel and men. It is a system. Sometimes, to keep the system running, compromises must be made. The girl was a casualty of that, a necessary sacrifice. There is no system, Gale said, his voice quiet. There are only people, and the choices they make. He turned and left the bridge. He walked past Denham's office, where the political officer stood in the doorway, his face a pale, unreadable mask. Their eyes met for a moment, a silent exchange of understanding and mutual contempt. Then Gale moved on. He went to his bunk, gathered his few possessions into a small duffel bag. He did not look at the crew he passed. He was already gone from this place, this frozen, floating tomb of compromises and lies. The storm began to subside as he walked to the aft deck. The winds softened to a moan. The sky lightened from black to a deep, bruised gray. The red trawler was slowing, making its way toward a distant, rocky shore where a cluster of lights promised a port, another assignment, another oblivion. A lone lifeboat was tethered there, bobbing on the churning water. It was a risk, a madness in these waters, but it was a cleaner end than whatever waited for him here. He lowered the boat, the ropes rough and cold in his hands. He did not look back at the ship, at the men who played at being masters of their tiny, corrupt world. He stepped into the small craft, cast off the lines, and started the small motor. It sputtered to life, a fragile sound against the immense silence of the Arctic. He pointed the bow away from the red trawler, away from the case, away from the unanswered questions of justice and sacrifice. He sailed into the vast, gray expanse, the ice floes parting before him like the pages of a book he had already closed. The cold air was a tonic. The open water, for the first time, felt like a form of freedom. He did not know where he was going, only that he was leaving, and that was enough. The little boat carved a fragile V into the slate-gray water, the putter of its motor a defiant whisper against the immense quiet. Gale did not look back. The red trawler was already a smudge on the horizon, a bad memory receding into the mist. He had the duffel bag at his feet, a stolen compass on the bench beside him, and a half-tank of fuel. It was not a plan, it was an escape. He navigated by instinct, steering towards a break in the ice floes, a channel that led away from the shipping lanes. The cold was a physical assault, sharper and more personal than it had been on the ship. It gnawed through his layers, seeking the warmth at his core. He welcomed the pain. It was a feeling, something real to replace the numb horror of the last few days. Hours bled into one another under the perpetual twilight. The fuel gauge needle dipped into the red. He cut the motor, letting the silence rush in, a profound emptiness broken only by the lap of water and the distant groan of shifting ice. The boat drifted. He was a speck in the freezing wilderness, utterly alone, and for the first time since Leningrad, he felt a semblance of peace. It was the sound of another engine that shattered it, a deeper, throatier roar than the trawler as he turned, his heart a cold stone in his chest. It wasn't the red trawler. It was a smaller, sleeker vessel, painted a nondescript gray, cutting through the water towards him with purpose. It was not a fishing boat. It had the lean, hungry look of a patrol craft or a privateer. He had no weapons, no way to run. He sat waiting as the boat drew alongside. Two men stood at the rail. They were not dressed as military or naval personnel. They wore thick, practical parkas, and their faces were hard, weathered by salt and wind. One of them, a man with a close-cropped beard and eyes the color of the sea, threw a line. "Took your time," the man said, his Russian fluent but accented. "Scandinavian, perhaps." Gale said nothing, he just watched them. The other man, younger, jumped down into the lifeboat with practiced ease. He checked the fuel tank, then looked at Gale's duffel. "This is it." "The logbook is in the bag," Gale said, his voice rough from disuse. The bearded man nodded. "Jamal radioed ahead, said you might be bringing us a present. He was very insistent that we find you before you got lost." He smiled, a thin, humorless stretch of lips. "He also said you were a problem that needed solving." So this was the other side of Jamal's business, the buyers, the ones waiting at the off-the-books rendezvous. And Jamal had sold him out one last time, tying up the final loose end by handing him directly to the wolves. The younger man pulled a pistol from his parka, not aiming it, just holding it. "Get on the boat." Gale looked from the gun to the man's face, then out at the endless expanse of ice and water. He had run from one prison to another. There were no clean escapes. There were only different kinds of cages. He thought of Brenda, of the tilted chair, of the small, screaming detail that had started it all. He had found his truth. It had cost him everything, and it meant nothing. He stood up, the lifeboat rocking beneath his feet. He picked up his duffel bag. "Throw it here," the bearded man ordered. Gale hefted the bag, feeling its weight. Then, in one smooth motion, he swung it not towards the man, but over the side of the boat. It hit the dark water with a soft splash and vanished instantly into the depths. The red logbook, the last evidence, was gone. The younger man swore, raising the pistol. The bearded man just stared, his expression unreadable. "You are a very stupid man," he said. "Perhaps," Gale replied. He looked past them at their gray ship, at the future it represented. Then he looked down at the freezing water. It was the same water that had taken Brenda. It was so cold it would be over quickly. A different kind of silence, a different kind of peace. He took a step towards the edge of the boat. The man with the pistol shifted his aim, but the bearded man held up a hand. He was still watching Gale, a flicker of something that might have been understanding in his cold eyes. The choice, Gale realized, was still his. It was the only thing he had left. The moment stretched, thin and brittle as the ice coating the rails. The pistol remained leveled at his chest. The bearded man's upraised hand was the only thing holding back the shot. Gale stood at the precipice, the frigid air burning his lungs, the dark water waiting. "A dramatic gesture," the bearded man said, his voice cutting through the wind, "but pointless. We know the route, we know the amounts. The book was just a detail." He lowered his hands slightly. "A man who chooses death over a simple conversation is a man who knows things, different things, perhaps more valuable things." Gale said nothing. He kept his eyes on the horizon, on the endless gray that promised nothing. "Get on the boat," the man repeated, his tone shifting from a command to a negotiation. "We are not state security. We are businessmen. Your story has value. Your knowledge of the internal security apparatus, your investigative methods, these are commodities. You can be an asset, or you can be a stain in the water. The choice is still yours, but it is a different choice now." It was a lie, of course, or a half-truth. They would use him until he was dry, then discard him. But it was a reprieve, a few more breaths, a few more steps. It was the fundamental animal instinct to survive that had kept him alive in Leningrad, on the trawler, and now here. It was a chain he could not break. He stepped away from the edge of the lifeboat and onto their vessel. The younger man patted him down with rough, efficient hands, finding nothing. The bearded man watched, his analytical gaze taking in every detail of Gale's posture, his silence, his resignation. They took him below deck to a small, functional cabin, bare except for a bunk and a bolted-down table. The door locked behind him with a solid, metallic thud. The engine's vibration changed, deepening as the boat turned and picked up speed, heading away from the red trawler, away from Russia, into the anonymous waters of the Northern Sea. He sat on the bunk, the numbness returning. He had traded one set of captors for another, but these new ones had no illusions about patriotism or the motherland. Their motives were pure, clean in their filth. He had no evidence, no leverage, only the story in his head. The story of a girl, a chair, and a system so rotten it had consumed itself. Hours later, the door unlocked. The bearded man entered alone, carrying 2 tin mugs of black coffee. He set one on the table and leaned against the wall, sipping from the other. "My name is Larson," he said. "You are Gale Brennan, former MVD investigator, disgraced, sent to the fishing fleet to forget, a man with a past and no future." Gale picked up the mug. The coffee was bitter and scalding. He drank it anyway. "Jamal is a useful idiot," Larson continued. "His connections are valuable, his greed predictable, but he is weak. He panicked over the girl. He panicked over you. Weak men are liabilities." "And what are you?" Gale asked, his voice a dry rasp. "I am a pragmatist. I see a resource where others see a problem. You have a mind for patterns, for truth. That is a rare thing. You could work for me, not as a prisoner, as an employee. There are other ships, other captains, other routes. I need someone who can spot the lies before they become problems." Gale almost laughed, to go from hunting criminals to working for them, using the same skills. It was the final, logical step in his descent. It was the ultimate compromise. "Why?" Larson asked, genuinely curious. "Why throw the book away? Why not use it to bargain?" Gale looked into the dark liquid in his mug. "Because it was over," he said. "The truth was for her, and she is gone. The rest is just business." Larson nodded as if this confirmed something. "Good. Sentiment is a luxury. You are learning." He left, locking the door again. Gale lay back on the bunk, staring at the steel ceiling. The boat surged forward, carrying him toward a new life, a new kind of silence. He had escaped the ice, but a deeper cold had settled within him. He had closed the book on Brenda, on Jamal, on the red trawler. Now there was only the open, empty sea and the man he would have to become to survive it. The days blurred into a monotony of gray water and the constant, low thrum of the engine. Larson left him alone, bringing food twice a day, saying little. Gale ate, he slept, he stared at the wall. He was being stored like cargo while his value was assessed. He knew the offer of employment was a test, a way to gauge his pliability. His survival depended on appearing broken enough to be controlled, but useful enough to be worth keeping. One morning the engine's pitch changed, slowing to a idle. Footsteps sounded on the deck above, quick and purposeful. Larson entered the cabin, tossing a bundle of clothes onto the bunk. Thick wool trousers, a heavy sweater, a waterproof coat. None of them were his. "Put these on, we ray here." "Where is here?" Gale asked, not moving. "A place of business," Larson replied. "A neutral port. You will come with me. You will be silent. You will observe. This is your first lesson." Gale changed under Larson's watchful eye. The clothes were coarse and smelled of salt and a stranger's sweat. They fit well enough. When he was done, Larson gestured for him to precede him up the narrow stairs. The light on deck was a pale, watery yellow. They were moored alongside a wooden pier in a small, sheltered cove. Snow-dusted pine trees grew right down to the water's edge. A handful of other boats were tied up, all of them like Larson's, looking fast and anonymous. It could have been Norway, Finland, maybe even Scotland. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine and diesel. Larson led him down the pier towards a low, long building made of weathered timber. A sign above the door, written in a language Gale didn't recognize, featured a stylized whale. The whale's tail, he presumed. A pub for people who did not wish to be found. Inside, the air was thick with smoke and the low murmur of conversations in multiple languages. Men in practical, outdoor clothing sat at rough-hewn tables. They were a gallery of hard faces and watchful eyes. This was not a place for fishermen. This was a crossroads for the gray market of the northern seas. Larson found an empty booth in a shadowed corner. He ordered 2 beers from a waitress who didn't make eye contact. When the drinks came, he pushed one towards Gale. "The man at the bar in the blue cap," Larson said softly, without looking. "He is supposed to be delivering 10 cases of Canadian whiskey. He has 5. He will tell a story about a storm. It will be a lie." Gale took a sip of the bitter beer. He followed Larson's subtle gaze to the man at the bar. He was nursing a drink, his shoulders tense, his eyes constantly scanning the room. He was preparing his lie. "How do you know?" Gale asked. "I know the weather, I know his ship, I know his character. He is a man who always takes a little for himself, a small, predictable greed." A few minutes later, the man in the blue cap approached their table. He nodded at Larson, his eyes flicking nervously to Gale before settling back. "Larson, the shipment, we had a problem, a big blow to the east. We lost half the crates to the sea." Larson took a slow drink of his beer. He didn't speak. He just looked at the man, his expression utterly blank. The silence stretched, becoming heavy, oppressive. The man shifted his weight from one foot to the other. It was a bad one. The logs are there, you can see." "I do not need to see your logs," Larson said, his voice quiet and even. "I can see the storm in your eyes. It looks like fear." The man's face tightened. "I am telling you the truth." Larson finally turned his head and looked at Gale, a simple, unspoken command. Gale understood this was the test. He looked at the man in the blue cap, at the sheen of sweat on his forehead despite the cool room, at the way his fingers trembled slightly on the rim of his glass. He saw the tells, the same patterns he had spent a career decoding. The man was a petty thief, not a master liar. "He is lying," Gale said, his voice flat, carrying no emotion. "The storm was 3 days ago and 200 kilometers west. His route would have missed it entirely. He sold the other 5 cases in Murmansk." The man in the blue cap stared at Gale, his mouth slightly agape. The color drained from his face. He hadn't expected this. He hadn't expected a stranger to know, to speak with such cold authority. Larson smiled his thin, bloodless smile. He turned back to the man. "You have until sunset to deliver my full shipment, and you will pay a 20% inconvenience fee, or I will send my new associate here to have a longer conversation with you about the weather." The man nodded, a quick, jerky motion, and practically fled from the pub. Larson raised his glass to Gale. "See, a resource." Gale looked down at his own hands, curled around the beer glass. They were steady. He had done it. He had used the skill, the instinct for truth, not for justice, but for a criminal's leverage. A part of him, the last remaining part that remembered the man he used to be, withered and went silent. It was a small death, quieter than the Arctic water, but just as final. He had passed the test. He was one of them now. The silence that followed was deeper than before, filled not with peace, but with a profound hollowing out. Larson finished his beer and stood, the transaction complete. "We leave in an hour, do not wander." He moved away to speak with another man in a dark corner, leaving Gale alone in the booth. Gale stared at the scarred wood of the table. He had expected to feel something: revulsion, guilt, a flicker of his old self protesting, but there was nothing. The cold he had felt on the lifeboat had settled into his marrow, an internal permafrost. The act of denouncing the liar had been as simple and mechanical as breathing. It was just a different kind of investigation, with a different kind of punishment. The law was no longer the goal, only the outcome. When the hour was up, he followed Larson back to the boat without a word. The crew cast off, and the gray vessel slid away from the pier, leaving the anonymous cove behind. Larson did not lock him in the cabin this time. Gale stood at the rail, watching the dark line of the coast recede into the mist. He was being given a measure of trust, a longer leash. He knew it was the most dangerous development yet. 2 days later, they made another stop. This time, it was not a cove, but a derelict whaling station on a barren, wind-scoured island. The skeletons of old machinery rusted against the sky. Another boat was already there, and crates were being transferred under the watch of armed men. This was a larger operation, a higher stakes deal. Larson came to stand beside him. The men on that boat are Chechens. They are efficient, but they are not subtle. Their paperwork is always a work of fiction. I need to know if the manifest they have given me matches the cargo they are unloading. I cannot check every crate. Gale understood he was to be a human lie detector. He watched the Chechen captain, a man with a fierce, dark beard and restless hands, as he spoke with Larson. The captain's voice was loud, his gestures broad, a performance of confidence. He spoke of the quality of the goods, the difficulty of the route, his own reliability. Gale listened, his eyes tracing the man's posture, the cadence of his speech, the fleeting micro-expressions that flickered across his face when he thought no one was looking. He saw the tells of a man concealing a fundamental weakness. When the captain finished his pitch, Larson looked at Gale. A single, almost imperceptible nod. "The antibiotics are counterfeit," Gale said, his voice low so only Larson could hear. "The real cargo is in the hull, behind a false wall. Weapons, probably assault rifles. He's using your ship as a clean mule for the last leg." Larson's expression did not change, but a new coldness entered his eyes. He turned back to the Chechen captain, his smile pleasant. "I have changed my mind. The price has just doubled." The captain's bluster vanished, replaced by a wary confusion. "That was not our agreement." "And this," Larson said, gesturing vaguely towards the crates, "was not our agreement. My associate is very good at his job. He tells me you have a stomach ache, that you are full of iron." The Chechen's eyes darted to Gale, a flash of pure hatred. He knew the game was up. A tense negotiation began, but Larson held all the power now. He had the truth. As they sailed away later, the agreed-upon payment in secure hold, Larson clapped Gale on the shoulder, a brief, jarring contact. "You have paid for your passage 10 times over." Gale did not respond. He looked back at the whaling station, a place of death and industry now repurposed for a different kind of slaughter. He had not just identified a lie, he had uncovered a threat and neutralized it. He was no longer just an observer. He was a part of the mechanism. The void inside him seemed to grow, a silent, expanding universe where a man named Gale Brennan used to be. He was becoming something else, something forged in the cold, and the transformation was almost complete. The Chechen captain's face, a mask of thwarted rage, was the last thing Gale saw of the island. He turned from the rail and went below deck, not to the cabin that had been his cell, but to a small alcove near the galley that the crew now avoided. It was an unspoken acknowledgement of his new status. He was neither prisoner nor guest, but a tool that had proven its sharpness. Larson found him there later, unfolding a stained chart on the small table. "We make for a port called Svalv R," he said, his finger tapping a dot on the Norwegian coast. "A different kind of business, more delicate. Your particular skills will be required." Gale said nothing. He simply watched the lines on the chart, the roots of supply and demand that were now his world. "The man we are meeting is a politician," Larson continued, his voice dropping. "A local official with ambitions. He has been very helpful in smoothing over certain customs inspections. His price has gone up. He claims increased risk. I need to know if he is telling the truth or if he is simply greedy. His story will be complicated, full of justifications." "And if he is lying?" Gale asked, his voice a monotone. Then we renegotiate from a position of strength. We remind him that the risk flows both ways. Esvolve R, when they reached it, was a town of colorful wooden houses nestled under jagged peaks. It was a place of picturesque beauty that felt like a film set, a stark contrast to the grim anonymity of the whale's tail. Larson wore a respectable jacket over his sweater. He looked like a businessman. The meeting took place in a quiet back room of a waterfront restaurant, the smell of fried fish and coffee hanging in the air. The politician was a man named Thorson, with a carefully trimmed beard and the confident, slightly patronizing manner of a man used to being the smartest person in the room. He spoke of political pressures, new oversight committees, a journalist asking inconvenient questions. His narrative was polished, logical, and delivered with practiced sincerity. Gale sat slightly behind Larson, saying nothing, his hands folded on the table. He watched Thorson's eyes, the movement of his hands, the subtle shifts in his posture. He saw the patterns of a man who believed his own lies, who had rehearsed his story until it felt like truth. But beneath the polish, Gale detected something else, a flicker of avarice, a gleam of triumph quickly suppressed. The risk was real, but it was manageable. The price increase was pure opportunism. When Thorson finished, he smiled, a bland, political smile. "You see the position I am in. It is a new landscape." Larson nodded slowly, as if considering. He glanced at Gale. Gale gave a single, almost imperceptible shake of his head. Larson's demeanor changed instantly. The pretense of thoughtful consideration vanished. "The landscape has not changed, Thorson," he said, his voice losing all its false warmth. "Only your perception of your own value, which is, I assure you, fixed. The agreement stands." Thorson's smile tightened. "I do not think you understand the consequences." "I understand the consequences of greed," Larson interrupted. "My associate here is an expert in them. He tells me you are not afraid of the journalist. You are excited by the chance to increase your profit. That is a dangerous excitement." Thorson's eyes widened slightly, his gaze darting to Gale. The confident mask slipped, revealing a core of startled fear. He had not expected to be seen so clearly. The negotiation was over. He stammered an agreement, his earlier poise completely shattered. Back on the boat, Larson was almost jovial. "You see, it is not just about guns and whiskey. It is about the lies men tell themselves. That is the most valuable truth of all." Gale stood at the stern, watching the lights of Esvolve R twinkle in the growing dark. He had dismantled a man not with threats, but with perception. He had looked into the politician's soul and reflected back his own venality, and the man had collapsed. It was a cleaner, more profound power than any pistol. He felt the vibration of the engine through the deck, a steady pulse pushing him forward into the night. The last shred of his old life, the ideal of truth as a light in the darkness, finally dissolved. Truth was not a light, it was a lever, and he had learned how to wield it. The silence within him was now absolute. He was no longer falling. He had landed. He was what he was. The boat moved on, a dark shape on a darker sea, its course set by the cold, unerring compass of his talent. The next week was a study in silence and motion. The boat became his world, its rhythms his own. He learned the crew's names, not through introduction, but through observation. The hulking Finn who never spoke, the wiry Russian with tattooed knuckles who was the de facto first mate. They regarded him with a mixture of caution and a grudging, professional respect. He was Larson's new weapon, and they had seen him work. Larson began to include him in the planning, spreading charts and manifests across the mess table. "A shipment of industrial catalysts," he would say, tapping a port name. "The seller is a German conglomerate. The buyer is a shell company in Iran. The lie is in the paperwork, hidden in the chemical classifications. Find it." And Gale would find it. It was a puzzle, no different from the ones he de-solved for the agency. Only the prize was profit, not justice. His mind, once a scalpel for dissection, was now a lockpick for bypassing inconvenient laws. The work was seamless, effortless. It required no moral calculation, only a cold, clean application of logic. One evening, as they plowed through a choppy sea north of Bergen, Larson handed him a satellite phone. A problem has arisen. A competitor is muscling in on a route we have cultivated for years. He is making promises he cannot keep to our clients. I need you to talk to him. Gale took the phone, its weight unfamiliar in his hand. What should I say? Tell him the truth, Larson said, his eyes glinting in the dim cabin light. Tell him who you are, what you can see. He will understand. Gale made the call. The man on the other end was loud, belligerent, full of threats and bravado. Gale let him talk, listening to the cadence of his false confidence. When the man finally paused for breath, Gale spoke, his voice flat and calm. Your name is Arvid Jensen. You have 2 outstanding warrants in Denmark for fraud. The ship you are using is registered to a holding company in Cyprus that is under investigation for money laundering. You are over-leveraged and desperate. You cannot guarantee delivery of anything. If you attempt to interfere with Larson's operations again, I will personally ensure every one of your clients receives a detailed dossier of your current financial and legal situation by morning. The silence on the other end of the line was profound, then a choked, sputtering sound. Who are you? I am the man who knows the truth, Gale said, and ended the call. He handed the phone back to Larson. The captain was smiling, a real smile this time, broad and genuine. Perfect. You did not threaten him. You simply showed him the cliff he was standing on. That is control. That night, for the first time, Gale was invited to eat with the crew in the galley. The Russian with the tattooed knuckles slid a glass of vodka towards him. The Finn gave a slow, deliberate nod. There was no welcome in their gestures, only acceptance. He was no longer cargo or a weapon. He was part of the crew. Later, alone in the small bunk they had assigned him, he stared at the ceiling. He thought of Brenda, but her face was distant, a photograph left out in the rain. The pain was gone, leaving only a faint, ghostly outline. He had not just accepted the new reality, he had mastered it. The void was not empty anymore. It was filled with the satisfying click of patterns falling into place, of lies neatly dismantled, of power exerted with a whisper. The cold had become a part of him, a source of clarity. He was home. The vodka from the crew sat in his stomach, a small, warm ember that did nothing to melt the ice in his core. It was 3 days after the call to Arvid Jensen, and the boat was cutting through a calm, glassy sea under a pale, high sun. The sense of routine was absolute. Gale was reviewing a digital bill of lading on a ruggedized tablet, tracing the ownership of a shipping container from Rotterdam to Tallinn. The lie was in the insurance valuation, a simple, greedy inflation. He marked the discrepancy with a tap of his finger. Larson came and stood behind him, looking over his shoulder. Good, clean. He paused, then placed a small black pistol on the table next to the tablet. It was a compact, efficient-looking weapon, well-oiled and worn from use. Gale looked from the gun to Larson's face. It is time you carried one, Larson said. We are making a pickup from a new partner, a Belarusian. He is nervous, and nervous men are unpredictable. The display of force is a language he understands. Gale looked at the pistol. It was an object from his old life, but its meaning was entirely different now. Then it had been a tool of last resort, a heavy weight on his hip that represented a failure of diplomacy or intellect. Now it was a piece of punctuation, a final argument. He picked it up. The weight was familiar, the grip cool against his palm. He checked the magazine by instinct, a smooth, practiced motion he had not forgotten. It was full. He slid it back into the well and tucked the pistol into the waistband of his trousers at the small of his back. The metal was a cold shock against his skin. Larson watched, his expression approving. You see, it fits. The Belarusian's boat was a shabby trawler, stinking of diesel and old fish. The meeting took place on its cluttered deck. The Belarusian, a man with watery eyes and a twitching jaw, spoke too quickly, his hands fluttering as he explained a delay in the shipment. He was lying, but it was a small, pathetic lie, born of incompetence rather than malice. He had simply failed to acquire the full order of contraband medical scanners. Gale stood slightly apart, his presence a silent pressure. He didn't need to speak. Larson handled the negotiation, his voice a low, displeased rumble. The Belarusian's eyes kept darting to Gale, to the subtle bulge at the back of his waistline, to the impassive face that offered no reassurance. 50%, the Belarusian pleaded, wringing his hands. I can get you the rest next week, I swear it. Larson looked at Gale, a question. Gale gave a single, slow nod. The man was telling the truth about his intentions, if not his capabilities. He was just a fool. Next week, Larson said, his tone leaving no room for argument. And the price for this partial delivery is reduced by 30% for my inconvenience. The Belarusian nodded, desperate to agree to end the confrontation. The crates were transferred. As their boat pulled away, Gale watched the trawler shrink on the horizon. He had not needed the gun. Its mere presence had done the work, amplifying his silence into a threat. It hadn't felt like a corruption. It had felt like efficiency. That night he cleaned the pistol at the small table in his bunk, disassembling it and wiping each part with a soft cloth. The Russian, whose name was Pyotr, saw him and nodded in professional approval before moving on. The act was meditative, a ritual of maintenance and readiness. He reassembled it, the click of the parts settling into place a satisfying, final sound. He slid it back into his waistband. The cold metal was no longer a shock, it was a comfort. It was the final piece of the new man, the final seal on the silence within. There was no more Gale, the investigator. There was only Gale, the instrument, and the instrument was complete. The following morning, a thin fog clung to the water, muffling the world. Pyotr approached him as Gale stood by the rail, a cup of bitter coffee in his hand. The Russian, didn't he speak at first, just leaned on the rail beside him, sharing the silence. Then he gestured with his chin towards the horizon, where the fog was thickest. Larson has a new job for you, he said, his voice a low gravel, not on a boat, in a city. Oslo. Gale sipped his coffee, waiting. A banker, Pyotr continued. He has been moving money for years, very clever. Now he says the algorithms are watching, that he needs to stop. Larson thinks he is lying, thinks he wants to cut a deal with the authorities to save himself. And what does Larson want me to do? Gale asked, his voice even. Pyotr turned to look at him, his eyes pale and steady. He wants you to listen, to know the truth. Then you will come with me. We will pay the banker a visit at his home, to remind him of his commitments. The plan was simple. They would take a car from the safe house in Oslo. Pyotr would drive, Gale would observe. Then if the reminder was needed, Pyotr would provide the persuasion. Gale's job was to determine the form that persuasion should take. The gun on his hip felt heavier now, its purpose shifting from display to potential application. The banker's house was in a quiet, affluent suburb, all manicured hedges and silent, expensive cars. Through the large window, they could see him moving in his living room, a trim man in a sweater, holding a glass of wine. He looked comfortable, safe. Pyotr cut the engine. Well, he asked, is he lying? Gale watched. The banker took a sip of wine, then walked to his mantelpiece and picked up a framed photograph of a woman and two children. His shoulders slumped. It was not the posture of a man planning a clever betrayal. It was the posture of a man who was afraid, who was tired. He was telling the truth. The risk had become too great. He not lying, Gale said, his voice quiet in the dark of the car. He just done. Pyotr sighed, a sound of mild disappointment. Then the reminder must be very strong. He reached into the glove compartment and pulled out a heavy, rubber-coated blackjack. We will go in. You will watch. You will learn how this is done. Gale felt a coldness that had nothing to do with the night air. This was different from uncovering a lie. This was violence. This was the inevitable, bloody conclusion of the path he was on. He looked at the banker, a man clinging to the last fragments of his normal life. He looked at Pyotr, a man who saw that life as an obstacle. He made a choice. No, Gale said. Peter froze, his hand on the door handle. He turned slowly, his eyes narrowing. "What did you say?" "I said no, the man is not a threat. He is just scared. Beating him is a risk with no reward. It draws attention. It is inefficient." For a long moment Peter just stared at him, his face unreadable. Then a slow smile spread across his features. It was not a friendly smile. It was a smile of understanding. "You are not saying no to protect him. You are saying no because it is a bad tactic." He chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "You are colder than I thought." He tossed the blackjack back into the glove compartment. "Fine. We tell Larson the banker is clean. We find another way to move the money." He started the car and pulled away from the curb. Gail watched the house disappear in the rearview mirror, the man inside still safe, still unaware of how close the darkness had come. He had not acted out of mercy. He had acted out of a colder, more pragmatic calculus. He had assessed the situation and found the proposed solution flawed. He had asserted his value. Peter's reaction was not anger, but a deeper, more profound form of respect. Gail had passed a final, unspoken test. He was not just part of the crew, he was part of the command.